Now going to pore over that new video, trying to understand why this plane was so low.
CNN founder and former Atlanta Braves owner Ted Turner has died at age 87.
Ted Turner is a media entrepreneur and sports team owner. He did nothing in small measure. And while he slowed down in recent years due to the progressive brain disorder called Lewy body dementia.
Tired, exhausted. That's main symptoms, and forgetfulness.
He could look back on a life where
a lot of my dreams have come true.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Stocks are up and oil is down on Wall Street. This is CBS News.
Join Adriana Diaz and Kelly O'Grady for the perfect start to your weekend. Ease into your Saturday with CBS Saturday Morning on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code EASY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code EASY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code EASY to borrow up to $10,000.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A bill to ban Glock-style handguns in Connecticut is expected to be signed into law by Governor Ned Lamont. The House-passed bill was approved early this morning by the Senate. Automatic weapons are already banned in the state, but supporters said the bill closes a loophole which allowed handguns to be converted into machine guns with a so-called Glock switch. Opponents argued it won't stop criminals, but will penalize legal gun owners and sellers. Bridgeport officials are weighing a new option in the just-approved state budget that could generate at least $1 million more for city schools, but may also prevent a long-anticipated drop in motor vehicles taxes. The State General Assembly recently passed a measure that would allow the city to keep its car tax rate as high as 32.46 mils, even if the real estate mill rate dropped to a projected 27.75 following a recent property revaluation. Before this measure, the car tax rate was not allowed to exceed the rate of property taxes. And United Illuminating is appealing a decision to halt construction on a high-voltage transmission line. The line was set to run on steel monopoles through Bridgeport and Fairfield. The appeal claims that the Connecticut Siding Council succumbed to political pressure to oppose the project after members had initially signaled support. Governor Ned Lamont had specifically asked the council to delay a final vote on the project in September, but a spokesperson in Lamont's office declined to comment on the appeal. The executive director of the Siding Council, Melanie Bachman, also declined to comment. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound construction exits 13 through 10 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, you have it starting in Hampton, exit 52, going up into Wallingford, and that's in the right lane. 91 northbound roadwork starts at exit 9. Stay left to get through. And on Route 8 northbound, construction reported going into exit 9. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight, ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday sunny with a high again in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, kids. Yes, boys and girls. There's a lot to talk about today. Yes, the General Assembly is winding down. We'll talk about the Glock switch bill. whether or not the Golden Girls bill for renting out bedrooms is going to move along, all this stuff and more. Dan Haar's coming up. But I wanted to start with this because this is a fascinating story. And this is what I made our question of the day here. Now, you know how I feel about speed cameras, red light cameras, license plate readers. I couldn't care less if you paid me. If you said, here's $1,000, you need to care less on this, and I'll write you the check or give you a wad of cash for $1,000. I couldn't do it. I couldn't take your money because I couldn't care less. I'm not one of these, oh, here comes the big brother cabal. I'm not one of those. I know I'm not a criminal. I'm not driving a stolen car. I'm not running around with a kumad on the side and some angry husband's going to come after me. I don't have any warrants. I'm not an illegal. I'm just your average, boring, pudgy, suburban white guy. But I find this interesting. Ella Napak, I believe that's how you pronounce her last name, Napack. Cameras are scanning license plates at, according to Hearst, some Home Depot stores and Lowe's. All right. Well, maybe they're looking for illegals, Paul. I don't know. I don't care what they're looking for. But do you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The license plate cameras have been installed, Hearst reports here. It's a good piece of reporting here from Hearst. Have been installed in many of the parking lots of at least two retailers around the state, Lowe's and Home Depot. The automated systems take photos of, now here it is, the back of your vehicle, unless, of course, you're a drug dealer and have a tinted cover on the license plate and have blacked out windows and lowered rims and one of those obnoxious aftermarket manifold kits or muffler kits. They take photos of the back of your vehicle as you drive up to pick up your spring planter or new patio furniture at the big box home improvement stores. Or you're an illegal working under the table for a landscaping company. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Well, maybe it's not. The companies say the cameras primarily are used to prevent retail theft and increase public safety. Law enforcement can access data from Lowe's and Home Depot's license plate cameras in Connecticut, specifically cameras made by a company called Flock Safety. Oh, boy, here comes the ACLU. Here comes the NAACP. Here comes every immigrant rights group. Automated license plate cameras installed along public roads on behalf of police departments have come under scrutiny in recent months. CT Insider has confirmed more than 24 police departments using the license plate readers. There's no public database detailing which departments are using them and where they're located. Good. We don't need that. We don't need the public to know that because the criminals will then end up knowing that. And if you're not a criminal, you shouldn't worry. Home Depot told a Connecticut Insider in a statement that it does not share information directly with the feds. I wish they would. What the hell are you doing with it then? Well, you worried about somebody? You worried about somebody stealing a begonia? Home Depot said on its website, "We do not grant access to our license plate readers to federal law enforcement. The cameras are used for the purpose that says here, according to Sarah McDonald, the spokesperson for Home Depot. The Hearst people ran this story. The cameras are used for the purpose of detecting and preventing theft and protecting the safety of our customers and associates." The company, however, did not respond to a question about whether out-of-state agencies could access data from the cameras at Connecticut stores, similar to what's been done with data collected by local police departments in some cases. Connecticut Insider found out-of-state law enforcement agencies were accessing a national network and appeared to be conducting searches on behalf of federal agencies. Good. I'm going to do that more. Find the bad people. Lowe's website says, quote, "We only disclose your personal information if required by law or legal processes or when we think doing so will help protect the safety, property rights of individuals or Lowe's." Flock has confirmed to Connecticut Insider that federal agencies do not have direct access to license plate data collected by their systems. The company faced scrutiny last summer. It was after it was reported Flock gave the feds, like Homeland Security and Customs and Border Patrol, access to Illinois as part of a pilot program to combat human trafficking and fentanyl distribution. The company ended that pilot program and placed other limits on federal agencies' requests of local data. So here's what I don't get. You can drive around in public with no expectation of privacy. Your license plate on that car, on whatever vehicle you're driving, is supposed to be and is a public declaration of where this vehicle is, where it's from, who it's registered to, who the owner might be. That's the reason for a license plate. In other words, you have been granted a license by a specific state to operate a motor vehicle. It is not supposed to be covered. That's why you're never going to tell me that most of those people who have covers on their license plates are, I don't want to say crooks, but maybe there's a side to them we don't know. I don't know. Or they want to steal money by not paying their fair share in tolls. So listen, listen, I have nothing against Hearst for publishing this. This is good. Kudos to Home Depot and Lowe's. But does this bother you? You could take a photo of my license plate 1,000 times a day. I couldn't care less. Honestly, I don't care. You couldn't force me to have less of a worry about this. Well, Paul, it's Big Brother. Big Brother's not concerned with me. I pay my taxes. I don't have any pending warrants. I'm not a human trafficker. I'm not an illegal. I'm not improperly hiring illegals off the books to cut somebody's hedges in Wilton, Westport, or New Canaan. I'm not doing that. I'm boring old me. They want to follow me. Oh, look, he's going down Elm Street in Wallingford. Whew. Oh, look at that. Oh, boy. Wait a minute. He's pulling into, what is that? What is that? Is that a brothel? No, it's a Chinese restaurant. I mean, come on. Seriously. But I wanted to start with, believe me, we have a packed show. A lot more stuff coming up here. But I want to start with this. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Hearst Media reports that license plate cameras are being used at some Connecticut Lowe's and Home Depot stores. Does that bother you? Undoubtedly, it will bother some people because they'll say, it's Homeland Security, it's ICE, it's Border Patrol. All right, maybe they're looking for people that should not legally be here. I don't know. But are we going to hear from the usual suspects who are going to scream about civil liberties when you have no reasonable expectation of privacy when you're outside your home property? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. If you're in a Lowe's or you're in a Home Depot and you're minding your business, do you really care about these license plate readers? I don't. I honestly don't. Well, that's not the principle of it, but it isn't? You tell me. A lot of people chiming in too already on this question of the day. Facebook.com/Voice of CT. Listen, good reporting here by Hearst. I'll give him that. But it brings up an interesting question. Why are people so afraid to admit that they have no privacy when they're outside? That's why I think all window tinting should be illegal too. I'm serious. All of it. Unless you have a medical reason, you have skin cancer or you have something where a doctor says, "Nah, I get you gotta cut down on the UV stuff here." But you know what? License plate covers should be illegal. Bring on the license plate readers. We'll solve umpteen more crimes. And get rid of that window tint. I'm serious. I mean, the only reason you're tinting a window is because you don't want somebody to see you. Why don't you want to be seen? when you're driving on a public thoroughfare? Do I not have a right to see if you're pointing a weapon at me? Privacy and driving, whether it's tinted windows, whether it's license plate cameras now in a couple of big retailers. By the way, geez, I wonder why the feds are interested in license plate readers at Lowe's and Home Depot. Why might that be? Little off-the-book labor there? What do you think? All right, we start with that coming up right here, right now on WICC.
With everything that's happening around Connecticut, we know you have more to say than ever before. That's why our phone lines are always open at 203-333-WICC. Talk to your local leaders directly or tell us what's happening in your neighborhood. 203-333-WICC. From Alyssa in the Morning to the Lisa Wexler Show to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. It's always 203-333-WICC. And have your voice on the Voice of Connecticut.
Who sells Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Town Fair Tire. Who gives you the most free services for the life of your Michelin tires? Town Fair Tire. So when you put it all together, who gives you the absolute best deal on a new set of Michelin tires? The answer couldn't be more obvious. For the absolute best deal on a new set of Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Ned Lamont and the Hartford Clowns have a problem telling the truth. Here's Ned.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
Talk is cheap, Ned, but you know what's not? Our electric bills. Aaron Stewart is the no BS candidate for governor. Aaron knows that 1, Connecticut exports a third of the energy we generate while we pay the highest prices in New England. That's BS. 2, the Hartford Clowns put a hidden tax on your bill, the public benefits charge. Complete BS. And 3, Ned wants electric leaf blowers instead of gas, so he's importing hydropower from Canada. Really? Canada? Total BS.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive.
I'm Aaron Stewart. I'm running for governor because it's time for something different, like cutting the BS. Only Hartford would ship out the energy we make and ship in expensive Canadian energy. Join me at Aaron4CT.com. I approve this message.
Paid for by Aaron for Connecticut, Valerie Marino, Treasurer.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound construction exits 13 through 10 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, you have it starting in Hampton, exit 52, going up into Wallingford, and that's in the right lane. 91 northbound road work starts at exit 9. Stay left to get through. And on Route 8 northbound, construction reported going into exit 9. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the shower is ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday sunny with a high in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Proud to be the voice of Connecticut for the last 100 years. WICC 695.9.
Is this too much of the Big Brother society? People have been saying that for years, back decades ago, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. This new telephone thing, they'll know, party line. They can listen to where, who we're talking to. Look, you can't have complete privacy in this world. You can't. But a very, very interesting story here in Hearst, Connecticut media. I would recommend you give it a gander. Hearst is reporting here. They did some digging and they found out that cameras are scanning license plates at some Connecticut locations of Lowe's and Home Depot. Now, you could, the part of this that may upset you is, I will admit that just regular video recording is different than license plate scanning. But think about how many places we go into on a regular basis that have a sign there that says, for example, we would just like you to know you're being recorded for your convenience and safety. Heck, the Stop and Shop I go to in Wallingford, they've got a couple of movable video recording. What's the word I should look for? Movable video recording masts or apparatuses or apparati. They move around the parking lot there, and they put them in a few years ago. I guess there were some muggings or carjackings or whatever. And it says, and there's an announcement there on a repetitious loop. Thanks for coming to Stop and Shop or something like that. You're being video recorded for your safety or whatever. So I guess that's what all people have to do. But as far as I know, there is nothing given as far as license plate reading there. But does that bother you at all? And of course now, with immigration the way it is and with a hot button issue the way it is, a lot of people are saying, well, the feds are just looking for illegals. All right, maybe they are. Maybe they are. But, and again, people who would argue that are not arguing the real issue that starts all this. And that is that, whether you think they're coming here for a better life, you support them, they come from crap hole countries, or at least countries that have good people, that have corrupt governments, it still does not actually bullseye and identify the real problem here. And you see, Chris will be reading some of the answers to our question later on. But yeah, there is a lot of people saying, well, this is overreach. Why is it overreach? Was video overreach? Is the use of facial recognition software overreach? If you're walking in major American or European cities like New York, Barcelona, Rome, London, is that overreach? In fact, London is the most surveilled city in the world. I don't know if they still are. But I read something a few years ago where every square foot of every street in most areas of London is covered by a video camera. Now, all right, does that bother you? It doesn't bother me. Well, don't you care that people know what you're doing? Well, no, not really. And I'm not trying to stir the pot here. I'm not trying to be cavalier. I just don't care. Am I dumb for not caring? You can tell me. You tell me, I'll tell you. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. And does that change your mode of thinking now? See what I mean? Is there a different mode now of your thinking with us discussing this and you and I chatting about this in this Hearst story that's headlined, Cameras Are Scanning License Plates at some, not all, at some Lowe's and Home Depot stores in Connecticut? What's more important, your civil liberties of not wanting to be scanned, or maybe the safety of somebody that may be being held against their will or looking for a dangerous criminal? Where do we draw that line between your desire, even though you're largely, I'm going to assume, a law-abiding person, saying, hey, I don't want you to keep following me around here with these scanners, or society's greater right not to be moving among the ne'er-do-wells? You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound construction exits 13 through 10 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, you have it starting in Hampton, exit 52, going up into Wallingford, and that's in the right lane. 91 northbound road work starts at exit 9. Stay left to get through. And on Route 8 northbound, construction reported going into exit 9. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight, ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday sunny with a high again in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is threatening Iran with higher-level military strikes if it doesn't accept a peace deal, but he says it's too soon for direct talks. CBS News security contributor Sam Vinograd.
We know that the Iranians are very focused on retaining their trump cards, which are control of the Strait of Hormuz and some vestige of a nuclear program.
A television pioneer has died. Ted Turner, the founder of CNN,
has totally changed the way the American Republic and the entire world operate.
Robert Thompson of Syracuse University. Turner was 87. A late spring snowstorm walloped parts of Colorado. Some areas getting 2 feet. Meteorologist Joe Rook says it was needed.
Our snowpack is no longer at the record lowest. That's thanks to these feet of snow we've picked up from this storm.
Oil prices retreated today and stocks surged on hopes for an Iran deal. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A bill to ban Glock-style handguns in Connecticut is expected to be signed into law by Governor Ned Lamont. The House-passed bill was approved early this morning by the Senate. Automatic weapons are already banned in the state, but supporters said the bill closes a loophole which allowed handguns to be converted into machine guns with a so-called Glock switch. Opponents argued it won't stop criminals, but will penalize legal gun owners and sellers. The Connecticut House ended Tuesday's session without voting on a bill to expand parole eligibility. The representatives heard speeches from the Black and Puerto Rican caucus in favor of the bill, which would expand parole eligibility for people who committed crimes while they were under the age of 26. Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Steve Staffstrom, who also serves as Judiciary Chair, addressed criticism that the bill would let violent criminals out of jail too early.
When individuals are sentenced to lengthy sentences, right now they're eligible for parole after 85% of their sentence. All this bill does is reduce that number from 85% down to 60%. So say you're somebody who was sentenced to 50 years in prison. You still have to serve 30 years in prison before you're even eligible for parole.
Democratic House Speaker Matt Ritter says he believes the chamber has enough votes to pass the bill through the House, but some members were requiring an amendment to make sex crimes ineligible for the expansion. Speakers at the debate were angry that House leaders decided to move forward without a vote. Ritter believes the bill will pass next year. The Board of Regents is hiring a firm to investigate former Chancellor of the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities Systems, John Maduco. Maduco announced he would be resigning from his interim role with CSCU on April 24th, 4 days after he was informed he was being investigated in response to a complaint he violated policy. He was placed on administrative leave on April 23rd. The Board of Regents say they are aware of the allegations, but they are not able to comment on what they are about until a 10-day appeal period passes. The board says the accusations were not fiscal in nature. A new scam is targeting Connecticut residents, with scammers using official-looking state logos and fake case numbers to demand payment for supposed fines tied to the judicial branch or the Department of Motor Vehicles. The scheme caused confusion Monday when more than 50 people went to Hartford Superior Court believing they owed money for tolls, parking tickets, or speeding violations. Officials say the notices often include a court address or a QR code directing victims to a non-state website for payment. Connecticut State Supreme Court Justice Raheem Mullins warned the scam is part of a broader national trend and emphasized that the judicial branch does not send such messages. A New York man is taking a plea deal for allegedly trying to steal mail in Connecticut. Tulio Nunez of the Bronx and an associate were caught trying to steal mail from collection boxes in West Haven using a counterfeit postal key. The associate put a box of unopened mail in a getaway car, but officers converged on the duo before they were able to flee. Nunez allegedly put the car in reverse and slammed into a law enforcement vehicle before he was apprehended. Nunez is pleading guilty to multiple charges and is awaiting sentencing in July, where he could face a maximum of 20 years in prison. And Connecticut's Beardsley Zoo was open today after it was closed Tuesday following a series of threatening calls. Zoo officials posted on social media that operations resumed today during normal hours from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. after working with local authorities to address the situation. Authorities indicated the threats were not credible, and similar incidents reported at zoos across the country are believed to be part of a recent wave of swatting calls, none of which have been found to be valid. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, southbound construction, exits 13 through 10 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, roadwork starts at exit 52 in Hampton, goes up into Wallingford. Stay to the left to get through. 91 northbound construction, exits 9 through 11, right lane is blocked. And Route 8 northbound construction reported going into exit 9. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Nash Kraus, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the shower is ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday sunny with a high in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, great to have you here, yous guys and gals, chatting it up with us at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Again, we talk about something we've talked about a lot here on the program and a lot to get to today. I want to do a couple of more segments on this, and a lot of people are piling their answers into our Facebook question of the day, facebook.com/voice of CT. Hearst, Connecticut Media reports that cameras are now scanning license plates at some Home Depot and Lowe's locations in Connecticut. Does that bother you? Doesn't bother me. Now, it would bother me if I was a human trafficker, if I was maybe an illegal, maybe I'm a citizen, but I'm, illegally or improperly employing illegals. Even if they're hard workers, the law is the law. It is what it is. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Couple of text messages. Who cares at this point? You get caught on camera every time you walk in the store, your face, your body, etc. They know where you are and who you are. You're on camera everywhere you go these days. Everybody has a Ring camera, and you're out in public. There's no expectation of privacy. That's interesting. Now, I don't have a camera because I live on the 6th floor of a high-rise, and we have cameras downstairs. Now, some of my neighbors do. But you would think, you would have thought already, and maybe I just missed the cases. Maybe this was litigated 10, 15, 20 years ago, I guess, when these doorbell cameras first became popular here. But you would think that involuntary video recording or video recording where a camera is out there, whether it's declared or not, you would have thought that might have been overturned by now. It hasn't. So this person is right. Look at how many crimes are reported using, and there's different. Ring is the one everybody uses, but there's Ring, there's Nest, there's Amazon. All these big companies now, subcontract these cameras. I don't know. Has anybody been sued about that? Somebody also asked this, which was interesting. And they're looking at this from a taxation angle. Hey, Paul, what if this is a precursor to being taxed per mile? Now, I don't think that's what that is. No, and the company claims, they're doing this for store security and public safety. They don't want somebody pulling up outside of a Lowe's or a Home Depot, just grabbing some wood or grabbing some plants or whatever, or a bunch of guys get out and they lift a snow blower in the back of a small pickup truck and they're gone. I'm sure some people try to do that, cut through their chains, whatever. No, I think it's loss prevention here. But are we, on a completely separate topic, are we going to be taxed per mile, as this person asked? Well, I don't think this is a precursor to it, but yes, we will eventually. You trust me. It may not happen soon, 5, 10, 15 years, but understand something. We will be taxed per mile. And I don't know if you remember, because I told you, only because I got the free Visa gift card, I participated in a study of a system that would go ahead and tax me at X cents a mile. This was about, 3-4 years ago? I applied, I was accepted, and I allowed the state of Connecticut, using a plug-in device, in my onboard diagnostics port. No, not me. I didn't plug it into me. I plugged it into my car. And I did it for 3 months, and the state sent me a PDF, a printout of how much I drove each day. So that is coming. Now, I don't know how they would do that. Would you be, chances are you'd probably have to have something like an Easy Pass there, and the Easy Pass would measure where you're going. Well, why is that coming, Paul? Well, because there's less and less gasoline being sold. Cars are more efficient. A lot of people drive EVs, and a lot of people drive hybrids. So the state is not reaping the ill-gotten gains, shall we say, from the gasoline tax. No, they're not doing that. No. So, and you know what we don't do as well, which even a lot of blue states do, and I'm a big proponent of this. If you drive an EV, you should pay a road use tax. You should. You should pay something every year, as people who drive internal combustion engines do and people who drive hybrids do, because they buy some sort of gas. You EV owners, God bless you, it's great technology. I know people that have them. For me, it wouldn't be something I want, but you ain't paying crap. I'm saying this with all the love in my heart. So, yeah, eventually there's going to be tracking, too. You're going to hang something or have to hang something, or, there's going to be something where you will be expected to pay per mile. And, again, I went through that study, 3-4 years ago? I was part of a New England study. And it turns out if we went to a mileage thing versus a gasoline tax thing, I would pay about an extra $5 or $8 a month. But then people would, there are some people who would pay less. But you tell me, does this bother you? Hearst reporting that if you go into some Home Depot or Lowe's locations, you may get, as you leave, they said the camera is set up to give you time to steal whatever you're going to steal. It's a question. It's a joke. Calm down. Question or a joke. You okay with that? I don't care. Because you know what? I'm not an illegal. I'm not a human trafficker. I don't have any warrants. I'm just me, little old me. And come on, face it. Who is less intimidating than little old me?
Is your DIY security not giving you the security you need for the next level of security? Call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting. PPC can use your existing system or install a new system. Floodlights, cameras, and security devices working in concert. All from one simple app for smart home and business security tailored to your needs and lifestyle. Get a complimentary assessment. Go to ppcalarms.com. Book your complimentary assessment. ppcalarms.com. They get 5-star reviews for a reason. In our effort to give dissemination of notice to nonprofit agencies, Connoisseur Media invites these agencies to request notification of job openings. To register your nonprofit agency for notifications of job openings at all Connoisseur Media stations in Connecticut, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for the office manager. Be sure to give us your name, address, phone number, and a contact person at the agency. If you're on our notification list and have changes or updates, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for the office manager. Connoisseur Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Help, Mother's Day's almost here and I have nothing for Mom.
Relax, sis. Just shop JTV. I already got Mom a gorgeous gold bracelet.
JTV? Like jewelry, television? Isn't that
amazing? Yes. They have thousands of gift and jewelry ideas, and their prices are unreal.
Okay, but how unreal are we talking?
Right now, new customers get $20 off your purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com. Use code DEAL20 now.
Why didn't you tell me this sooner?
Because I'm the mean sister.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway southbound construction, exits 13 through 10 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, roadwork starts at exit 52 in Hampton, goes up into Wallingford, stay to the left to get through. 91 northbound construction, exits 9 through 11, right lane is blocked. And Route 8 northbound construction reported going into exit 9. Traffic Report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Nash Kraus, WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight, ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a guy who hates driving on the Merit, just like you. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Video recording when you're in and out of a store here in Connecticut. Now, license plates being scanned at some Lowe's and Home Depot. Hey, I'm all right, man. I'm a citizen. I got me some papers there. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Dave in Brantford's joining us early today. Dave, how are you? What's up?
Well, I got reined in from the yard.
All right, yeah, there you go. There you go.
And, I was listening anyway. Listen, sometimes you're one of those law and order Republicans.
Yeah, that's right.
A little too dangerous because you don't explore the limits of what's okay. And I don't have a problem with the test case at hand, which is driving into Home Depot and they record your comings and goings because you might be robbing the store. However, no expectation of privacy, which you've mentioned several times. That is a problem. Man, it's the public streets are public.
Yeah.
And so I live on a public street.
Yeah.
Do you think it's okay for me to park my car on the public street in front of your house and run a camera all night long at your front door and perhaps even stream it up on the web?
I wouldn't like it, but you can do it. Yeah, yeah.
Well, that should not be allowed. That is extreme harassment.
Well, that's it. Well,
people,
that again, that could be illegal, Dave. I mean, you could get a cop to come over, and I'm sure the person would say, well, it's a public street, but if he does it enough, I'm sure you could put a harassment charge on them. In fact, I know that. In fact, I know someone in your general area of town, shall we say, where somebody did that to them. It was a, shall we say, not hospitable neighbor. Yes, yes.
Yeah. And I'll just bring it up quickly. We've talked about it before. A foreclosed house rented out, all 4 bedrooms to 2 people per room.
Yeah.
And they all parked because there wasn't enough room on the property. They all parked a block and a half away on a dead end.
Yeah.
Not my street, but much to the distress of the private landowners, those cars were all in front of their house, which most people consider like a part of their house, the public street in front of it. And these youngsters, again, they were smoking their doobies and eating their McDonald's. Very distressing, but it was legal. You couldn't do anything. So, and here's the other test case.
Okay.
My town has an ordinance, no unregistered vehicles.
Yes.
Do you really think it's reasonable? And like New Haven is always looking for out-of-town cars to save on property tax. The car, your car, not on a public road, not even being driven, is sitting in your own driveway, and the Darth Vader police car comes around reading whether it's registered or not and forwards it all to the town ordinance committee and flags all the cars that aren't legally registered so they can, well, they're not trying to get a fine. They just don't want the unregistered cars.
Yeah.
I think that's going too far.
You know, Dave,
that is unreasonable.
I thought
to use this technology.
I thought I read once, and I might be wrong here, I thought I read once about somebody who mentioned something similar to what you just said. And I thought I read in a response in a newspaper column or something that, believe it or not, and you're up on this stuff, so you may have encountered this before, that a driveway is actually an extension of a public road or something like that, which is why that kind of surveillance, even on somebody's driveway, like technically is not an invasion of privacy. I'll see if I can pull it up, but maybe that's how they get rid of it, looking at cars in the driveway. Maybe. I don't know. I could be wrong.
And Paul, I wouldn't do it, but imagine if you had an unregistered car in your own driveway and you wanted to sit in it and smoke a doobie while you're listening to the Paul Pacelli show. And they say, and you get arrested because what the theory you just spun. The driveway is an appurtenance to the public roadway, and therefore those are the points I wanted to make.
Well, thank you, and I'm glad you called. I'm a little concerned about all the marijuana references, Dave. Are you okay today? I'm just checking.
Yeah. I didn't. I got started early because the rain was coming, and I'm not all that sore today.
All right, Dave.
Bye.
I don't know. Our buddy Dave in Branford, a lot of Doobie references there. Yeah. Tom Johnson, Michael McDonald, yeah. I forget the other 2 or 3 guys in the Doobie Brothers. My God bless them, who are selling out shows. I love these guys that just won't quit. That and a new Rolling Stones song. How about that? Never quit, guys and gals. Never quit. At 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But, look, I and I know that, a lot of people on my side of the aisle, well, you should be against big government. Well, are you as upset? Like if I go to my local Stop and Shop in Wallingford tonight on the way home to pick up, I don't know, something for dinner, and I walk in and there's a big honking sign there that says you are being videoed. All right, if I didn't like being videoed, then I could turn around and leave, right? I told you they have a PA going, welcome to say. They literally have a 24/7, or maybe they turn it off when, the store closes at 10 or 10:30. It used to be a 24-hour joint, my father's favorite phrase. New joint over there. But now it's literally, welcome to Stop and Shop. How does it say? Welcome to Stop and Shop. We hope you enjoy your visit with us today. Our parking area is being video recorded for your protection and safety, something like that. Okay. Well, if it's being recorded, I may not want to do my crack deal there, the parking lot. Oh man, my God. Avi in Bridgeport. Avi, hi, you're on WICC. How are you?
Hey, Paul, how are we doing?
Good. What do you got?
A question regarding these cameras that are looking for unregistered vehicles, especially in driveways.
Yeah.
This is a unique situation. I have 2 vehicles.
Uh-huh.
I drive one for work.
Yeah.
And that one is pretty much covered by my employer.
Okay.
And I bought a personal vehicle, and I'm just keeping it in my driveway until we do a turnover.
Okay.
Do you think that there's going to be an issue with that? Not that you have the answers or anything.
Do you have a plate on it?
Yeah, I got the front plate that I'm not using on my current one. Don't tell anybody.
Geez, you know what, Avi? Don't take anything from me. I would call. Well, I know you may not want to call. Hey, I've got this other car in my in my driveway.
No,
I would just to be on the safe side, I would call the assessor's office. I mean, you may want to say, hey, I'm not really using it. I'm just holding it there, Avi. I don't want to give you bad info here. You know what I mean?
I'm not looking for answers. I'll probably just take the plate out of the window. We only used it in the back window to get it from the person at the private sale back to my house.
Now, this is
keeping, so I know.
Yeah, now this other car, this is not like a midlife crisis. The guy needs his convertible car, is it, or not?
Oh, negative. That's my midlife crisis. My midlife crisis is going to be buying a pair of Japanese chisels to do joinery, as opposed to a motorcycle or a flashy vehicle.
All right, there you go, Avi. Thanks, man. Let me know what shakes out there. Let me know what they tell you. I know like some apartments and condos by the HOA, like at my condo, you couldn't have. Like I had a couple of cars kind of being sold, and I got a warning from my condo association once. Hey, the car, we know it's yours, but doesn't have a plate on it. Can you just do what you're going to do? And I eventually did. But yeah, sometimes there are, I guess, some ordinances for unregistered cars and no plate cars. I don't know, though. Don't take it from me. I'm not a doctor. I just play one on TV. Charles in Fairfield. Charles, how are you?
I am fine. How are you?
I'm good, Charles. We got about a minute, my friend. What do you got?
Okay, well, I don't have a problem with the cameras.
Yeah.
But I got a ticket in Hartford.
Yeah.
Saying I was parked the wrong way on a street.
Yeah.
And I hadn't been in Hartford.
Okay.
I went up to Hartford.
Yeah.
It pulled it up on the screen.
Uh-huh.
And it was another car with a fake license plate on it.
Oh.
It just happened to have my numbers.
Oh. So wait, the fake plate was your plate? In other words, it had the same numbers?
That's correct.
Oh my God! So did they toss the ticket? Were you able to convince him of that?
Yes, I was, and they did ticket. But the only problem I have is that when people do that, and they were telling me at the parking place that people are doing that. You're making up plates, and if it happens to be your number, we'll tied unto you. That's the only problem I have.
Yeah, you're right. And plus, you had to go all the way to Hartford too. Oh my God! Wow.
And pay for parking.
Oh, but it was a memorable day, wasn't it, Charles? That's what you're telling me. It was memorable, right?
It was memorable.
Charles, thanks. Appreciate it. How about that? These skunks are just copying plates. Oy. The ne'er-do-wells, those who would do dastardly deeds, my God.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound construction, exits 13 through 10 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, roadwork starts at exit 52 in Hampton, goes up into Wallingford, stay to the left to get through. 91 northbound construction, exits 9 through 11, right lane is blocked. And Route 8 northbound construction reported going into exit 9. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the shower is ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Good story here from Hearst regarding the use of cameras and license plate readers by private individuals, private companies. Lowe's and Home Depot apparently using them into and through the area here. They are scanning license plates as vehicles are leaving, not necessarily entering, but getting that back plate as they leave the establishment. You know, Lowe's and Home Depot saying it's for, to prevent crime and theft, safety in the parking lots. But some people say, no. It's the obtrusive state.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. President Trump threatens Iran strikes if Iran doesn't accept a peace deal as the U.S. military fires on an Iranian-flagged oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman, Force Central Command says, breaching the U.S. blockade of Iran's ports. This as the president thanks America's military mothers.
There's nothing more important than military moms.
President Trump hosting a Military Mother's Day event in the East Room of the White House, focusing on moms whose sons and daughters are serving in the Middle East.
We're doing very well in Iran. It's going very smoothly, and we'll see what happens. They want to make a deal. They want to negotiate.
And Trump added military mothers are a big part of that. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick is being questioned by members of the House Oversight Committee about his relationship with late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California has accused Lutnick of changing his story as new facts have emerged. He tells reporters during a break in the session,
if Donald Trump had seen the video transcript, he would have fired Howard Lutnick. It was really embarrassing.
Lutnick has told the committee that he and Epstein had neither a personal nor professional relationship during the 14 years they were neighbors. The White House is out with a new counterterrorism strategy. CBS's Jennifer Jacobs.
Seb Gorka, the White House's senior counterterrorism advisor, told reporters that the U.S. wants allied countries to bring more to the table if they want to be viewed as, quote, serious nations. The U.S. counterterrorism strategy also aims to cripple left-wing extremist efforts. Gorka said it isn't targeted at specific labeled groups, but anyone who thinks that violence for political purposes is justified. Jennifer Jacobs, CBS News, the White House.
The FBI has served a search warrant at the office of the Virginia Senate leader as part of a reported corruption investigation. The search at Senator L. Luis Lucas's district office in Portsmouth comes after the Democrat helped lead the state's redistricting effort. WTKR-TV's Brendan Ponton.
Luis Lucas has been a state senator for decades. She was on the city council before that. She's been a political figure here forever. And a lot of people are really coming by and asking us what's going on. Luis Lucas herself, I haven't seen her in a little bit, but she has been in the area.
It still looks like winter in Colorado, but according to CBS News Colorado meteorologist Joe Ruck in Rocky Mountain National Park.
2 different layers of snow. The first one, light and fluffy, not as much water content. As you get down towards the surface, you get the heavier water content where I can make a snowball. That's the snow that's putting a dent in our drought.
Stocks are up on Wall Street and oil is down. This is CBS News.
Go to the ends of the earth, half a world away. Reach for the stars.
If I take time to think, they might go get Brad.
On CBS, Sunday morning.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Board of Regents is hiring a firm to investigate former Chancellor of the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities System, John Maduco. Maduco announced he would be resigning from his interim role with CSCU on April 24th, 4 days after he was informed he was being investigated in response to a complaint he violated policy. He was placed on administrative leave on April 23rd. The Board of Regents says they are aware of the allegations, but they are not able to comment on what they are about until a 10-day appeal period passes. The board says the accusations were not fiscal in nature. A new scam is targeting Connecticut residents, with scammers using official-looking state logos and fake case numbers to demand payment for supposed fines tied to the judicial branch or the Department of Motor Vehicles. The scheme caused confusion Monday when more than 50 people went to Hartford Superior Court believing they owed money for tolls, parking tickets, or speeding violations. Officials say the notices often include a court address or a QR code directing victims to a non-state website for payment. Connecticut State Supreme Court Justice Raheem Mullins warned the scam is part of a broader national trend and emphasized that the judicial branch does not send such messages. And Bridgeport's Beardsley Zoo was reopened today after it was closed Tuesday following a series of threatening calls. Zoo officials posted on social media that operations resumed today during normal hours from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. after working with local authorities to address the situation. Authorities indicated the threats were not credible, and similar incidents reported at zoos across the country are believed to be part of a recent wave of swatting calls, none of which have been found to be valid. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Upper northbound accident approaching exit 29. Stay to the right to get through it. And on the southbound side, merging delays coming off the Sikorsky Bridge going down towards Route 9. 95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. And in New Haven, 91 south, we do have an accident reported approaching the 95 merge. Backup starts at about exit 6. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care, call 203-2990-111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight, ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday sunny with a high again in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, if you're watching me right now on Twitch, twitch.tv, WICC, or voice of CT, or on our YouTube page, YouTube, you can check that out too. You see me grooving I was rocking and rolling to the Connecticut Today theme. Hey, how are you? 1 hour down, 3 more huge, big, pulsating hours left here at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. So, would you change your plans or change your patronizing of, let's say, a Home Depot or a Lowe's? If you say, hey, come on, let's take a ride. I get some stuff I got to pick up. I got to buy a new drill, whatever. I'm going to get some soil for the wife's garden, this and the other, and I need a screwdriver set. And, well, where are we going? Well, we're going to the Lowe's and the Home Depot on XX Avenue, whatever. And what if your friend, your husband, your wife, your compatriot for the weekend day or whatever, what if they said to you, hey, we're going there? You say, why? Yeah. And he said to you, hey, did you hear about that Lowe's or that Home Depot location? And you're looking at them like they have 5 eyes, like, well, wait a minute, bro, what are you talking about? They say, oh, yeah. You didn't see the story in Hearst, Connecticut Media by Ellen Apak there? Cameras are scanning license plates at some Home Depot and some Lowe's stores in Connecticut. And Hearst here, I guess, has a picture of an automated license plate reader at the entrance and exit to the Lowe's in Derby. So they got this license plate reader, and they're not that big. They do have a solar panel on them, I guess, for power or for transmission. And the camera itself looks like, I don't know, an old VHS camera. Full-size VHS cameras, they were a little bulky from time to time. So would that make you change your plans? Would you say, hey, whoa, wait a minute. Wait, what? License plate readers? And you say, oh, yeah, you didn't hear it on WICC. They were referring to the Hearst story there that, there's some Lowe's and Home Depots that are scanning license plates, maybe heading in, but the companies say it's on the way out for theft. That bother you? It wouldn't bother me in the least bit. Honestly, it wouldn't. Now, in a perfect world, we wouldn't need that. We wouldn't. In a perfect world, as Huey Lewis used to sing, ain't no limit in a perfect world. There ain't no perfect world anymore. Sorry. In a perfect world, we wouldn't need all of this. But again, now the company Flock is involved in this. Now they're, do they share this information with the cops? Do they share it with Homeland Security? Here's my point. If you're not a crook, who cares who shares it? No, I mean, honestly. If the feds are coming after me, if they see my plate on my dark blue, generic 2019 Hyundai Elantra SE sedan, if they're coming after me, they got a lot of time on their hands. They do. So I don't know about you. Now, again, there are people concerned in this story, and I get it, the civil liberties groups or whatever, but I'm not stealing anything. I'm not involved in human trafficking. I don't have any, outstanding warrants that I know of. I got to call my parole officer and find out. I'm kidding. It's a joke. But, having said that, it doesn't bother me at all. Well, aren't you worried about a surveillance state, Paul? Am I worried? I'm only worried about being surveilled if I'm doing something wrong. Because guess what, kids? The surveillance state is kind of like guns. People say, we have to have less of a surveillance state and we need fewer guns. Neither one is going to have it. And the reason I pick guns out, that's the biggest thing I can align this to, is the more you say you don't want them, the more people go out and buy them. The more we say we don't want a surveillance state, but we have one right here in Connecticut, in Fairfield County, New Haven County, Hartford County. It's all over the place. It's all over the place. Says right here in Hearst, surveillance camera, license plate cameras have been installed in many parking lots of at least 2 retailers around the state. So many parking lots in at least 2. Lowe's and Home Depot. Says here, the automated systems take photos of the back of your vehicle as you drive to pick up spring planters or a new patio furniture piece at the big box home improvement store. So if you're out with Agumad, and the old lady thinks you're on a weekend skiing trip. Where you going, honey? I'm going fishing, sweetheart. You don't want to come. Oh, yeah, that's boring. I'm going to stay home, and I'm going to redo the kitchen. Yeah, you do that, sweetheart. Where you going again? Fishing. Yeah, okay. You don't want Agumad sitting next to that license plate. I'm sorry. Come on, you're laughing. Don't give me this. Oh, my God, I can't believe he's saying that. The companies say they use the cameras primarily to prevent retail theft and to increase public safety. And they talk about this on their website. Lowe's and Home Depot, they're not arguing. They're not hiding this. Law enforcement can access data from Lowe's and Home Depot's license plate cameras in Connecticut. Good. Specifically cameras made by a company called Flock Safety. Well, good. I have nothing against that. You okay with that? You worried about a cop seeing you legally or maybe illegally purchase some begonias or something like that? You tell me, does this really bother you? No, honestly. Does this, I want to know. Yes, I want to know from you. Does this really bother you? And now that you know that this is happening, is it going to change your shopping habits? That's something I would be worried about with the company. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
This spring, all of us at WICC are here to bring you the live and local news you need daily. Melissa in the Morning wakes you up at 5 for Connecticut news updates and exclusive interviews. The Lisa Wexler Show starts at 10, where Lisa speaks her mind and wants to hear what's on yours. The latest local news headlines continue at noon on the Download with John and Chris. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is live at 2 for the latest on your ride home. We're live and local all day, every day on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at TrentoloLaw.com. That's TrentoloLaw.com.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Ned Lamont and the Hartford Clowns have a problem telling the truth. Here's Ned.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
Talk is cheap, Ned, but you know what's not? Our electric bills. Aaron Stewart is the no BS candidate for governor. Aaron knows that 1, Connecticut exports a third of the energy we generate, while we pay the highest prices in New England. That's BS. 2, the Hartford Clowns put a hidden tax on your bill, the public benefits charge. Complete BS. And 3, Ned wants electric leaf blowers instead of gas, so he's importing hydropower from Canada. Really? Canada? Total BS.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive.
I'm Aaron Stewart. I'm running for governor because it's time for something different, like cutting the BS. Only Hartford would ship out the energy we make and ship in expensive Canadian energy. Join me at Aaron4CT.com. I approve this message.
Paid for by Aaron for Connecticut, Valerie Marino, Treasurer.
Head to voiceofct.com and sign up your office for free breakfast delivered from Cakes by Sonia. It's the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound accident approaching exit 29. Stay to the right to get through it. And on the southbound side, merging delays coming off the Sikorsky Bridge going down towards Route 9. 95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. And in New Haven, 91 south, we do have an accident reported approaching the 95 merge. Backup starts at about exit 6. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care, call 203-2990-111 or visit columbiadental.com. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the shower is ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
WICC 695.9, celebrating 100 years as the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, coming up after the bottom of the hour, we'll talk to a professor in criminology from Quinnipiac University as we wrap up this topic on the license plate readers in parking lots. See what she has to say. She's up on all the high-tech stuff and if these things really work or not. All right, so we will be joined by the good professor coming up right out of the news at 3:35. Coming up later on, our buddy, our pal, Dan Haar. And guess what? All right, we passed bills at 4 o'clock in the morning. Are you serious? And listen, I know people have to play by the rules in Hartford every year. They do this same crap every year. Why are we? Oh, I shouldn't have said anything now because now I can't stop. Why are we legislating while people are literally sleeping in the Senate chamber? It's mind-boggling. It sullies a wonderful tradition. All right, let's go to my hometown of New Haven. Bill in New Haven. Bill, how are you?
I'm good. They moving, so I live near Scientific Park now.
So wait a minute now. Wait, you moved?
Well, I had to.
Yeah.
They had another 2 overdoses.
Oh.
So they moved. Anyway.
So wait a minute. You were on Chapels, or what, 1300 Chapel, or where were you?
Oh, they burned the building next door down.
Oh,
and check this out. Anyway, you want to see some Stop and Shop action, go to Whaley Adams job.
Yeah.
The cops live over there. And they rob them every day.
The cops? Why? There's cops there all the time?
Oh, they come in and steal stuff. Now you got the soup kitchens all over the place, right?
Yeah.
All over the place. Every day I go down there and I laugh my ass off. The cops are laughing. Anyway.
So you're talking about people shoplifting stuff out of the store?
Yeah, nonstop.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got a good song for you.
No, okay.
It's called God's Great, Beer is Good, and People Are Crazy.
God is great, beer is good, and people
are crazy. Listen to it. And listen to the song. He talks about politics and redhead chicks.
Now, who sings it? Who sings it?
Bill something for his name, but it's funny.
All right.
God's great, beer is good, and people are crazy.
All right, Bill. I appreciate it, brother. Take care. Good to hear from you, man. All right. There you go. I looked at Chris. Looked at it. God is great, and people are crazy. Now, see, Bill piqued my interest here. God is great, something in the middle, and people are crazy. It's by Billy Currington. All right, 2008. Bill in New Haven, Billy Currington song. I'll have to give that a listen. Bill, thank you. What did he say? The Stop and Shop or the shop right in New Haven has got, what did he say? It's got cops there all the time. My street reporter, Bill in New Haven there. Yeah. You know what they steal a lot of in stores? In fact, you remember about 4 years ago? You remember those two? It was a guy and a gal who were going, it was off of Route 34 where they just went in there with store carriages and filled them with detergent. Remember that? And they just, couple of their accomplices or accomplici pulled up a couple of vans and they just, and apparently that, from what Bill said about all the crap that goes on in these stores in New Haven, yeah, people are just, they're ballsy here. They'll go out and do that because what did I read? The 5-gallon jugs or the 1 or 2, 3-gallon, those big, the mother stinking jugs there of detergent, they sell those at flea markets. Yeah, I mean, somebody rips them off, so, whatever, whatever they can get for it is pure profit. But remember that? That story made the video of that was like all over the country. And I think it was a ShopRite or a Stop and Shop somewhere in the valley. I don't know why I thought of that. Bill mentioned that. And I said, maybe New Haven's catching up to the valley here. Bill, thank you. Always good to hear from you. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. In fact, I saw the other day some civil rights group is all up in arms, and they're going to sue a major chain because there's too much stuff in that chain put behind locks, or the chain or the store wants to, and of course they're crying about racism. Well, wait a minute. If the store is getting hammered with stolen merchandise here, to the fact where they have to lock up, Q-tips or something like that, and the company is losing money on it, and people aren't going to the store, what exactly is the store supposed to do? Well, our neighborhoods are becoming deserts. There's a food desert and there's a drugstore desert. Well, okay. All right. And what you tell your clerks, the fine people, the young men and women that work there in the neighborhood, well, we don't want you to do anything if somebody comes in here and steals stuff. Well, listen, a business is a business. It ain't a charity. No, sir, no, ma'am. Traffic and weather together right here, right now, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper northbound accident approaching exit 29. Stay to the right to get through it. And on the southbound side, emerging delays coming off the Sikorsky Bridge going down towards Route 9. 95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. And in New Haven, 91 south, we do have an accident reported approaching The 95 merge backup starts at about exit 6. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care, call 203-2990-111 or visit columbiadental.com. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight, ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday sunny with a high again in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The winter may be behind us, but did you see that windstorm earlier in March and how many branches and tree limbs came down? I know I saw it in my neighborhood here in Milford. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here. And it's another reminder that we live in New England and storms happen all throughout the year. And I don't want you to have property damage. That's why I want you to check out my friends at K&J Tree Service. I am a proud customer of K&J, and boy, did I have a great experience. Check out kjtreeservice.com for more information and to book that free tree risk assessment.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Shopping Anyway connects those who ask, how can I help, with those who say, here's what we need. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Always know what your favorite cause needs. Download the app at shoppinganyway.com. Nonprofit leaders and members of nonprofit boards, join us for an informational Zoom meeting in May to learn about how the Shopping Anyway tool can help engage donors and communicate all your needs. Go to the Bridgeport Regional Business Council's events page at brbc.org and register to learn about all that Shopping Anyway can do.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Have you heard that Milford, Connecticut was recently voted the 3rd best place to retire in the United States? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Assigned garage parking with direct access to your building's elevator, storage units, and a state-of-the-art fitness center included free with your monthly rent. No additional cost for the things that make life easy. Visit ForestHillsMilford.com for more information or to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News brief. U.S. Central Command says it has shot an Iranian-flagged tanker in the Gulf of Oman as it tried to breach the U.S. blockade of Iran's ports. CBS's Nancy Cordes also reports.
The president last night, when he froze Project Freedom, said he was doing so because he believed that they could possibly make progress within the next 24 to 48 hours.
The World Health Organization says 3 suspected hantavirus patients are removed from a cruise ship where 3 others died and will now receive care in the Netherlands. CBS's Tom Hansen.
WHO urged the public not to be overly concerned about this. This is a difficult disease to spread. This is not a pandemic-causing disease.
CNN founder Ted Turner, a brash and outspoken TV pioneer, has died at age 87. CNN anchor Wolf Blitzer.
When he hired me, he also said something that has always stayed with me. He said, CNN will be seen in the United States, but it's also so important that it's seen around the world.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A bill to ban Glock-style handguns in Connecticut is expected to be signed into law by Governor Ned Lamont. The House-passed bill was approved early this morning by the Senate. Automatic weapons are already banned in the state, but supporters said the bill closes a loophole which allows handguns to be converted into machine guns with a so-called Glock switch. Opponents argued it won't stop criminals, but will penalize legal gun owners and sellers. A 44-year-old Beacon Falls man is charged with murder. State police said Adam Drozdowski called 911 around 11:45 a.m. Tuesday to report he had killed someone inside his home. A victim was pronounced dead by EMS shortly after noon. Drozdowski was taken into custody with bond set at $1 million. A New York man is taking a plea deal for allegedly trying to steal mail in Connecticut. Tulio Nunez of the Bronx and an associate were caught trying to steal mail from collection boxes in West Haven using a counterfeit postal key. The associate put a box of unopened mail in a getaway car, but officers converged on the duo before they were able to flee. Nunez allegedly put the car in reverse and slammed into a law enforcement vehicle before he was apprehended. Nunez is pleading guilty to multiple charges and is awaiting sentencing in July, where he could face a maximum of 20 years in prison. Bridgeport officials are weighing a new option in the just-approved state budget that could generate at least $1 million more for city schools, but may also prevent a long-anticipated drop in motor vehicle taxes. The State General Assembly recently passed a measure that would allow the city to keep its car tax rate as high as 32.46 mils, even if the real estate mill rate dropped to a projected 27.25 following a recent property revaluation. Before this measure, the car tax rate was not allowed to exceed the rate of property taxes. Supporters, including Bridgeport Democratic State Representatives Chris Rosario and Steve Staffstrom, said the added flexibility could direct more funding to education without increasing property taxes. However, local leaders like City Council President Jeanette Herron oppose maintaining higher car taxes, arguing that residents are already overburdened. The proposal is expected to be debated ahead of the City Council's May 11th vote. A New Haven firefighter is dead decades after being injured on duty. New Haven fire officials announced Tuesday that former firefighter Thomas Kelly had died on Monday. Kelly was 33 years old when he fell about 30 feet through a shaft while conducting roof operations at a fire in a commercial building in the 1100 block of Chapel Street on February 26, 1992. The New Haven Fire Department is treating Kelly's passing as a line-of-duty death. Stratford firefighters worked for over half an hour to bring 2 simultaneous blazes under control. Stratford fire officials say they received multiple 911 calls approximately 2:50 p.m. Tuesday, reporting smoke and fire in the 100 block of Boswell Avenue. Upon arrival, firefighters found heavy fire and smoke coming from the house, extending to the next-door house, and Fire Chief Jermaine Atkinson struck a second and then a third alarm. Atkinson said that mutual aid was called from Milford and Bridgeport to help knock down both fires and declared the scene under control after approximately 35 minutes. No one was injured, and the Stratford Fire Marshal's office is investigating the cause and origin of the fire. And the Connecticut House ended Tuesday's session without voting on a bill to expand parole eligibility. The representatives heard speeches from the Black and Puerto Rican caucus in favor of the bill, which would expand parole eligibility for people who committed crimes while they were under the age of 26. Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Steve Staffstrom, who also serves as Judiciary Chair, addressed criticism that the bill would let violent criminals out of jail too early.
When individuals are sentenced to lengthy sentences, right now they're eligible for parole after 85% of their sentence. All this bill does is reduce that number from 85% down to 60%. So say you're somebody who was sentenced to 50 years in prison. You still have to serve 30 years in prison before you're even eligible for parole.
Democratic House Speaker Matt Ritter says he believes the chamber has enough votes to pass the bill through the House, but some members were requiring an amendment to make sex crimes ineligible for the expansion. Speakers at the debate were angry that House leaders decided to move forward without a vote. Ritter believes the bill will pass next year. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 South accident, exit 18 at the on-ramp, Lower Fairfield County, 95 North, well over an hour from Stamford going through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is only a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 South on the brakes through Long Wharf into West Haven. 84 eastbound congestion delays through Danbury and Newtown going into exit 9. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the shower is ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And we're going to wrap up on this, getting an expert opinion on this story, and her saying, hey, there are some private businesses, more and more of them using these license plate readers, and apparently there were some local Home Depot and Lowe's locations doing this. So joining us to chat about this, Quinnipiac University Assistant Professor of Criminal Justice, Kimberly Breslowski, is with us. Professor, good to have you back here on the show. How are you?
Good. How are you, Paul?
I'm very good, very well, Professor. Thank you. Well, when you heard this, when you read this story, any of this surprise you, Professor, or is this kind of a growing trend, maybe, or not? You tell me.
It doesn't necessarily surprise me. If anything, I think Connecticut is late to join in on this national trend, and we're seeing more of this happen in other states, this kind of blending of private sector cameras into public sector networks. And so I know there's a lot of individuals concerned about this, and rightfully so.
Yeah, so let's talk a little about that. From your background, from a policing and law enforcement background and trying to use the best technology here, Professor, does this work? I mean, do they find people, people who steal stuff, human traffickers, things like that, kidnapping people with warrants? Do these things work?
Yeah, so there is empirical evidence to support that license plate readers do work when it comes to police investigation. So they're really helpful in recovering stolen vehicles, locating missing persons, investigating more violent crime, and also connecting crimes that are happening across jurisdictions. And that's just to name a few. They've definitely made the investigative process a lot more efficient. And so cases are being cleared quicker. But license plate readers are not traditionally used as the sole piece of evidence in the incident or case. Rather, they work hand in hand to help, I would say, corroborate with other pieces of evidence to kind of paint a whole picture.
Is this, Professor, what officials sometimes refer to as a force multiplier? Hey, we don't have to have uniformed officers going up and down parking lot aisles and doing this manually. Is that how they look at it, as a tool to enhance the force?
Absolutely. So it's often referenced as a force multiplier. And, that has really stemmed from that sort of less boots on the ground has stemmed, I think, from sort of the public scrutiny around police practices in 2020 and beyond. And so I think that in some jurisdictions, it's a great tool to not have police presence, but rather, technology in place. But in other jurisdictions, again, there's questions around it.
Professor, I've talked about this before, and obviously anything you and I can read has always mentioned. I don't want to say a misconception, but maybe a misunderstanding people have that when you are out in public, correct? When you're on a public thoroughfare driving a vehicle which is publicly registered legally, we hope. There is quite less, correct me if I'm wrong here, Professor, but I guess there's quite less of an expectation of privacy, correct?
Much less of an expectation of privacy. I also think that the public doesn't always have an understanding of how these technologies are used. And that's not on the public. I would say that's more on law enforcement in the state to sort of bring things to light. Data is collected as a vehicle passes by an LPR. That information is going to be collected, and sometimes it's more than just a license plate. But usually, or as it should be, that information shouldn't be queried unless there is a vehicle involved in an investigation. And so that's where we have to start thinking about what are the proper retention policies. The state of Connecticut moved to 30 days, and then there's warrants if you need to query something after it's been captured for more than 7 days. There's other states like New Hampshire that if you don't use a particular image of a license plate or vehicle within minutes, it gets scrapped or it gets purged. And so different states operate differently, but I think that that's sort of one concern that the public has. But yes, if you're in the public, that information is unfortunately being captured.
Yeah, and finally, Professor, that's an interesting point that you made there about the different jurisdictions and doing it. I mean, listen, you've been involved in police work, and I certainly have not. But in my business, I read about stories, and we talk about stories where some image may have been captured, and it takes 2, 3, 4 months sometimes forensically to connect that. In that case, in the case of these different levels of destruction or elimination of these plate reading images, is that a problem? Do we need maybe some sort of a national standard here, if for nothing else, Professor, to make it easier on law enforcement and to know that if they're doing a cold case or something that happened months or years ago, that they may have a help here with these images?
Right. So that's been at the forefront of discussion because, when it comes to cold cases, that information is sort of like timeless. You need that information to keep the puzzle together. And so there's no say to how quickly an investigation will be resolved. And so any information is better than no information. But, when you talk about a national standard, that's really difficult to achieve because we are so decentralized as a police force in the United States. It's the ultimate goal, but it's going to take a long time if we do ever get there.
Quinnipiac University Assistant Professor of Criminal Justice, Kimberly Preslowski. Professor, thank you. Good to have you on again, and we'll chat down the road, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. So there you go. Yeah, it's a valuable tool, she says. Sometimes people don't quite understand how it's used, but it is what it is. And again, she did bring out something, concerning there, that all these different states and these municipalities, and I'm not saying this is what she said, but we know what she was pointing to here. This state lets you retain those images for X amount of months, X amount of weeks. I mean, if you're a cop, if you're a detective, if you're in the detective bureau and you're navigating the waters of something that may be a cold case, and then what happens if you say, "Hey, this car, where did we pick up a positive hit on that car? Was it at a bar or was it going down the road?" Well, we don't know because we don't have the image again. Why don't we have the image? Well, everybody panicked. Traffic and weather together, news, a whole bunch more coming up as we get toward 4 o'clock right here on WICC.
Have you heard that Milford, Connecticut was recently voted the third best place to retire in the United States? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Assigned garage parking with direct access to your building's elevator, storage units, and a state-of-the-art fitness center included free with your monthly rent. No additional cost for the things that make life easy. Visit foresthillsmilford.com for more information or to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
The Voice of Connecticut and the Westport Weston Chamber of Commerce welcome dog owners and their pets to the 10th Annual Westport Dog Festival, Sunday, May 17th at Winslow Park. Bring your best friend, because this is fun for the whole family, including people. Woof woof. Contests, demonstrations, obstacle course, food trucks, vendors, and more. The Westport Dog Festival, presented by Choice Pet, May 17th from 10 to 4 at Winslow Park in Westport. Park in designated areas. Thanks Gareville Auto Group and Winslow Park Animal Hospital.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 South accident, exit 18 at the on-ramp, Lower Fairfield County, 95 North, well over an hour from Stamford going through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is only a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 South on the brakes through Long Wharf into West Haven. 84 eastbound congestion delays through Danbury and Newtown going into exit 9. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight, ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
As your day winds down, he's only just getting warmed up. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Thanks once again to Professor of Criminal Justice Kimberly Preslowski from Quinnipiac University weighing in there as we talk about a interesting story in Hearst here about license plate readers, not video recording. They're reading your license plate at certain establishments here in the state. All right, 2 big hours still to come. Our buddy, our pal Dan Haar, Hearst Connecticut Media, he will go over everything and anything. The big stories here, of course, the General Assembly has to wrap things up by another 8 hours at midnight tonight. So we'll get into where some of these bills stand later on. A bit of national news here, kind of a national news nugget I want to throw in here because it is interesting. And what do I keep saying here about 2028? And everybody says, oh, 2020. Look, and I do think the Republicans are going to get their arses handed to them in the House. Senate could be tough. Now, there are reports, I'm seeing this online, from people like Axios and Politico. John Fetterman, he of the hoodies and shorts. I give the guy credit because he dresses like I do. If you were, well, you can see this if you're looking at the camera. You got my New York Raiders, not the Rangers, the Raiders T-shirt here, and I have gym shorts on. So with Senator Fetterman, I am in kinship with him. Now, having said that, there are rumors here now that the White House and the Republicans in Congress are pushing him hard to become a Republican because it looks like the lefties in Pennsylvania are going crazy. And they're saying now, and this is fascinating because I have to tread lightly on this because it was a touch and go situation. since he's recovered from his stroke, the guy is the most sensible Democrat out there when you hear him saying, listen, I still go for democratic principles, but he was against those idiotic partial government shutdowns. And now he's out there. Fetterman's out there. You can find it today. It's all over the news. He's out there warning people that the crazy factor for the Democrats in 2028 is out of control. And I'm kind of paraphrasing that, but that's what he's saying. He's saying this party is too left, it's too anti-Semitic, which is what I've been telling you. And he is warning Democrats, they're pointing to this guy, what's his name, Graham Plattner in Maine. Guy's got a chest-sized Nazi tattoo. And he had some disparaging stuff to say about women who were raped. And Fetterman's like, this ain't going to win for us, which is what I've been saying about 2028. So apparently there's a push on for if not for him to become a Republican, which he said he doesn't want to do, they're pushing for him, this is fascinating, to go the Bernie Sanders route and become an independent but caucus with Democrats, with Republicans rather. Bernie caucuses with Democrats, and I think the other independent guy said Angus King, or he may have been defeated last time. I thought Angus King was another independent that caucuses with Democrats. So now this is fascinating. They're trying to get John Fetterman to become an independent in name, but to caucus with Republicans. And they're saying to him, well, John, listen, you'll avoid the backlash if you say, I'm officially now on the right side, I'm an R on the right side, so you avoid the backlash there. And as a named, quote-unquote, independent, people will look at you and say, well, all right, the guy's got a little bit of a head on his shoulders here. So that is interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Wouldn't it be wonderful if everybody in the House and Senate had to put in at least one or two terms as an independent or non-affiliated? Imagine if you had, the 100 people in the U.S. Senate and the 435 people in the House who ran and presented themselves for election with no D, with no R, with no I. No independent, no Republican, no Democrat. It's just, hey, this is who I am. Vote for me or not. People wouldn't know what to do. You know what would happen then? They would have to ask, think about that. If you removed the D or the R, think about this, from people running. And listen, I will admit, I readily will admit that I fall prey to this too. Who's running? I never heard him. D or an R? Oh, it's a Democrat. Oh, it's a Republican. Oh, there you go, Paul. You make your broad brush assumptions again. And maybe that's right. Sometimes I do. I try not to do that. But can you imagine if they passed a law, which, again, would mean you would have to get rid of political parties? And who said that? Was it George Washington? Did he say, beware of the draw political party? Whatever he said, I'll find it on the break there. But imagine that if people, because think about it. Think about how many millions of people in this country, me included. A lot of folks out there love you much, but, we all fall prey to it. Well, who's running? Well, I never heard of that. Well, she's a Democrat. Oh, I'm never going to vote for her. Or it's a Republican. I can't vote for a Republican. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Imagine the chaos, the out-and-out chaos, if people actually could not tell just from a D or just from an R what a politician was up to. My God, we couldn't have that.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Route 8 South accident, exit 18 at the on-ramp, Lower Fairfield County, 95 North, well over an hour from Stamford going through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is only a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 South on the brakes through Long Wharf into West Haven. 84 eastbound congestion delays through Danbury and Newtown going into exit 9. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the shower is ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision. Because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Are you worried about inflation, market volatility, taxes, and what the Fed might do next? You know, navigating today's financial landscape can be overwhelming and stressful, but the good news is you don't have to go at it alone. Tune in to Mastering Your Wealth with David Gagnon for insights and strategies to help you protect and grow your wealth. You can join David every Saturday morning at 8 right here on WICC 600. You can also visit David online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Yeah, Mr. Washington said in his farewell address in 1796, political parties were dangerous to national unity, arguing they serve as, quote, potent engines, unquote, for ambitious men to subvert the people's power. He believed that they would cause, again, quote, unquote, constant mischief, leading to alternate domination of rival groups, artificial factionalism, and a potential for foreign influence. Yeah, you think he's right? And again, you people on the progressive side of things who may not agree with me all the time, listen, it's not about agreement. It's about common sense. Van Jones, CNN, I'll play this for you. It's a short clip leading into news, but it's something you should think about. Here's Van Jones on CNN the other day, on one of the gab shows of CNN, warning Democrats, hey, yeah, okay, you think you're going to win in the midterms, and you probably will, but 2028 is going to be rough because a lot of people in the Democratic Party are just going further and further left. They're anti-Israel. A lot of them are anti-American, and they think, oh, once Trump goes, oh, yeah. So Van Jones is criticizing people here for coming down on John Fetterman, who, when you listen to what he says, is just a moderate Democrat. And he gives, Van Jones does, a dyed-in-the-wool Democrat, a moderate, a big warning here.
Look, I think he is a moderate Democrat, and that should not be illegal in this party. My God, you have to agree on 100% of the Berkeley, California agenda to be a Democrat? It doesn't make any sense. Like, it just shows you how nutty things have gotten that somebody who wants to stick up for Israel and doesn't want an open border somehow now has to be a Republican. That's completely insane.
Well, he's right. He's right. The anti-Israel, anti-Semitic left in the Democratic Party is growing bigger and bigger and bigger, and they're violent. So listen, I think they're going to steamroll the Republicans in the House come November. The Senate, I have no idea, but man, 2028, like I said, how are they going to answer the immigration question? Hey, the border's been pretty much shut down in Trump 2.0. You going to continue that? No, I want people to come here and have a road path to a better life. Well, you can kiss 2028 goodbye if you do that. And ease off on that free Palestine garbage. By the way, those same people, yeah, free Palestine, but they say nothing about the deaths from the Iranian government, do they?
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This
is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. President Trump is making new threats against Iran while holding out hope a planned Pakistani-led negotiation session might bring an end to the conflict with Iran. He said just last hour, quote, "It's very possible that we'll make a deal." CBS's Nancy Cordes.
Project Freedom had only been underway for a couple of days, and only 2 commercial vessels had actually made it safely through the strait with the help of the U.S. military when the president announced that he was pausing it.
Some cruise ship passengers with suspected hantavirus infections are flown to the Netherlands for treatment. 3 people have died. CBS's Tom Hansen.
The WHO came out, said that they were urging people who were on a specific flight that was along the ship route, St. Helena to Johannesburg, to monitor themselves for any sort of illness or any sort of conditions that could be attached to the hantavirus.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has testified before the House Oversight Committee over the Jeffrey Epstein probe. Democrats, including Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari of Arizona, accused Lutnick of being evasive and misleading the public.
After what we have seen so far in this transcribed interview, I feel very comfortable saying that Howard Lutnick is a pathological liar who is enabling the most egregious cover-up in American history.
Republican Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer says Democrats are twisting Lutnick's words. 5 of 7 Republicans endorsed by President Trump to defeat incumbent Republicans in Indiana who were able to sink a congressional redistricting plan have won their primaries for the state Senate. It was retribution from the White House, but Governor Mike Braun, a Republican, is throwing cold water on the idea of attempting another shot at redistricting.
In the instance of places that are doing it, it's based on another reason than whether you're going to mid-decade redistrict or not, due to the court ruling that recently came down, and that doesn't apply to us.
That's a reference to the Supreme Court's ruling in a Mississippi redistricting effort that will likely cost a Democrat his U.S. House seat. There will be no Triple Crown winner this year. Kentucky Derby winner Golden Tempo will skip the Preakness but will run in the June 6th Belmont Stakes. In Florida, there's an investigation into the deaths of dozens of sloths at an animal business. CBS's Allison Keyes.
Documents show that many of 55 sloths died from gastrointestinal issues, and local officials say they were kept in a warehouse with no electricity, climate control, or running water. The Central Florida Zoo accepted 13 sloths for treatment, but some later died.
Stocks close up on Wall Street. The Dow jumped 612 points. The Nasdaq has closed up 513. This is CBS News.
Every Sunday, moderator Margaret Brennan goes face-to-face with top leaders to make you better informed. Face the Nation, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
For the best FCIAC high school baseball and lacrosse coverage, listen to Bats and Sticks with Dave Rudin. Tune in every Sunday at 11 a.m. on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Bats and Sticks, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food served fast.
WICC 600 and 95.9. Voice of Connecticut local news update.
A bill to ban Glock-style handguns in Connecticut is expected to be signed into law by Governor Ned Lamont. The House-passed bill was approved early this morning by the Senate. Automatic weapons are already banned in the state, but supporters said the bill closes a loophole which allowed handguns to be converted into machine guns with a so-called Glock switch. Opponents argued it won't stop criminals, but will penalize legal gun owners and sellers. And the Connecticut House ended Tuesday's session without voting on a bill to expand parole eligibility. The representatives heard speeches from the Black and Puerto Rican caucus in favor of the bill, which would expand parole eligibility for people who committed crimes while they were under the age of 26. Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Steve Staffstrom, who also serves as Judiciary Chair, addressed criticism that the bill would let violent criminals out of jail too early.
When individuals are sentenced to lengthy sentences, right now they're eligible for parole after 85% of their sentence. All this bill does is reduce that number from 85% down to 60%. So say you're somebody who was sentenced to 50 years in prison. You still have to serve 30 years in prison before you're even eligible for parole.
Democratic House Speaker Matt Ritter says he believes the chamber has enough votes to pass the bill through the House, but some members were requiring an amendment to make sex crimes ineligible for the expansion. Speakers at the debate were angry that House leaders decided to move forward without a vote. Ritter believes the bill will pass next year. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound is at least slightly easier. And on the Upper Merritt northbound, heavy congestion delays over the Sikorsky Bridge. No accident reported. New Haven 91 south, you're jamming exit 4 down through the merge and through Long Wharf over across southbound. And all line of cars through Hamden down to the tunnel. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com today. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight, ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday sunny with a high again in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, 2 big hours down, 2 more big hours to go right here. Dan Haar coming up next hour. Now, till then, you and I chatting it up here. Want to jump in here? You can. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Chris Williams standing by with some answers to our Facebook question of the day. Then I'm going to get into something the State General Assembly does that happens every year, the odd year and the even year, and the hamster wheel just goes round and round and round. We'll talk about that momentarily. But Hearst, Connecticut media is reporting that some cameras, license plate cameras, not video cameras, but license plate readers, are being put up and used at some local stores of Lowe's and Home Depot. Does that bother you? I couldn't care less. That's just me. Not that I'm not a person who doesn't appreciate civil liberties and personal liberties. I get all that. But to me, to moi, I just, it doesn't, I don't have any warrants. I'm not in the human trafficking business. My parole officer says I've been clean. I'm kidding. I kid. Haven't been on parole in a while, but you know what I mean. So what do you think here? And we have some kind of varied opinions on this. And again, we're going to keep this question up there for folks who may chime into it or chime in with it a little bit later on. But again, Chris Williams standing by. He's going to give us a look at what he has found here. The question once again, does it bother you that Hearst, Connecticut media reports that cameras are scanning license plates at some Connecticut Lowe's and Home Depot locations? Chris, what do you have for us?
We start with John, who says he doesn't care. AI is providing more information. At least if your vehicle is stolen or hit in a parking lot, it may be recorded. Patrick says we are on private property, so they can collect their data as they please. Not at all from Dave. They are scanning plates going into the BJ's Gas in North Haven. That is from Paul. And Nicole says a little bit. Don't worry about the giant soda dispenser machine materials. God forbid a Connecticut person has a hobby, but I also don't see how these laws are punishing anyone more than people are trying to follow the law. When does the overreach stop? Why are people still above the law while the rest of us can lose a whole lot more because someone in the tax office or DMV felt like playing games on people?
Well, there you go. So, and that's what I pretty much expected here. 50. It's a 50-50 thing. I've never been overly concerned about being surveilled. If somebody said, hey, did you know there's video? All right, well, whatever. I've kept my nose clean for 65 plus years now, and I intend to keep it that way. I'm not going to change my ways in my old age. Let's go to Bob in Weston, who is checking in here. Bob, how are you, sir?
Hey, Paul. How you doing?
Good.
Good. I like the idea of the scanners.
Yeah.
And I think they should put them in upscale places, too, so we could catch some of these people that register the car in New York, avoid the taxes here. And but you hit on something before I just want to go over.
Sure.
These tinted windshields and other.
Yeah.
I go to some dangerous areas for my business, and you can't even see through.
You can't
all.
see.
I mean,
can't see.
and I thought there were laws. How come these legislators?
Yes, there is.
They get busy with this. Say, okay, let's get rid of bail. Let's bring back bail reform. Get rid of bail reform.
Yeah.
And crack down on some of these clowns with the tinted windshields.
Yeah, the limo
Maybe
tint.
for law. Yeah, for law enforcement.
I mean, Bob, how would you like to be a cop pulling somebody over where you literally can't see in the car? And the cop is coming up, leaning up against the left side of the car as they're taught to do. They keep their left hand or whatever their dominant hand is, on their belt right near their gun, and they're asking somebody to roll down the window or open the door, and they can't see anything. They can't see anything. Yes, Bob, thank you. I am with you. We need to pull over a lot more people for these tinted windows. Well, it's privacy, Paul. No. I'm talking about the windows that they pull up next to you on the road and you can't see. Why are you hiding? Rhetorical question, wink, wink, nod, nod, air quotes. Who are you hiding from? The popo, maybe? Do you think? And Bob is right. Yeah, why aren't they pulled over? Well, they're probably, I don't know, they're told, hey, we don't want to have unnecessary encounters. Dangerous, too. If you can't see inside, if there's people, a person or people in there, doing what they should, smoking, drinking, with a gun, you want to approach that car? Listen, I'm far from a police officer, but I've talked to a lot of cops here. They, if they're going to pull somebody over, they'd rather be able to get a look inside the car, coming up to them from behind and assessing the situation, seeing how somebody's moving. Do they look like they're hiding something out of the seat? So, yes. If I was the governor and if I was talking to Commissioner Ronell Higgins of the Department of Safety here, I would say get more of these people pulled over. And again, every state has a I don't know what Connecticut's is. You're supposed and there is that device that police carry that they're supposed to. It hooks over a partly drawn down window and passes light through the tint. And I think there's a hard number that has to show up on that light meter, or you get a ticket. There's a minimum there. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Coming up, we're going to talk about more legislative slop in Hartford.
This spring, Melissa in the Morning is hitting the road and coming to your town. It's the return of the WICC Brown Roofing Melissa in the Morning Diner Tour.
Order up.
Every Thursday morning, join Melissa Sheketoff as she broadcasts live from diners across Fairfield County. Local leaders, selectmen, and everyone that makes your town great will stop by live. Find the full schedule at voiceofct.com and join us. Presented by Connecticut Education Association.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Spend a wonderful and delicious Mother's Day at Gusto Trattoria in Milford. The family at Gusto Trattoria invites your family to celebrate Mom with fresh, delicious salads, pastas, and modern and classic Italian dishes. Add a glass of Prosecco and buon appetito. Book your reservations now. Gusto Trattoria in Milford. Serving Mother's Day from noon to 8. Book your table. Enjoy Mother's Day at Gusto Trattoria. 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. The art of Italian living. GustoTrattoria.com.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center in Florist and Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 9 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastimes. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 9 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway northbound is at least slightly easier. And on the Upper Merritt northbound, heavy congestion delays over the Sikorsky Bridge. No accident reported. New Haven 91 south, you're jamming exit 4 down through the merge and through Long Wharf over cross southbound. Long line of cars through Hamden down to the tunnel. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com today. I'm Matt Krause at WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the shower is ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Fairfield County. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And I just went online here and looked the window tinting standards here in Connecticut. And we mentioned this because you're not dummies as you drive up and down the Merritt or the Wilbercross Parkways or I-91 or I-95 or whatever, Q Bridge, Moses Wheeler Bridge, P.T. Barnum Bridge, Housatonic River Bridge, Route 7, Route 25. You can see cars that are like, there's no way this guy is in compliance. So in Connecticut, just if you're wondering, you can't have any tint on the front windows below what's called the AS1 line. And that's that 3 to 5 inches on top of the windshield, which may come with some factory tint already on it. But anything below that is illegal. You can't have tint on the front windshield. And again, how many cars pass us, and you look and say, how is that person seeing out there? Well, Paul, they have to have it dark. Why is that? Because they're figuring out how many drugs they still have to distribute tonight. The front side windows and the back side windows on a sedan here in Connecticut have to allow 35% of the light through. So you can legally block out 65% of the light. Now, I've seen some stuff that's limo tint. And believe it or not, I didn't know this. There are no limits to what you can tint on the back windshield. Now, again, would I like to see people pulled over about it? No, because they'll say they're being targeted or being harassed, so this is why the cops don't do it. All right. Let me get to this, because this has been gnawing at my craw, shall I say, for the past several hours. I mean, this one is just driving me nuts. What happened with this Glock switch bill? Now, we talked about this bill. It is a bill that I guess is going to outlaw a certain amount of sales of a certain type of Glock firearms here that are being modified illegally by criminals. It is criminal to do this. All right. The bill is the bill. I had no doubt it was going to pass. But it's how it passed, when it passed, and what you and I were probably doing when it passed that should drive you nuts, because it drives me nuts every time we talk about that. I'll get to that momentarily. First, though, let's go to some of the phone calls before we get the news, bottom of the hour from CBS and Chris Williams. Matt is in Derby. Matt, good afternoon. How are you? Hello, Matt.
Theory why they have those dark windows.
Go ahead, Matt. I didn't. I had a wrong setting here. Would you say? Start again, please.
I said I have a theory about these dark tinted windows.
Yeah, they're criminals. That's my theory. Yeah.
Well, that plus they're a lot of perverts. I think they're playing with themselves or something. They don't want anybody to see.
Could be. You never know. Yes, go ahead.
One other thing.
Yeah.
At least now with those windows, they can't claim they're being racially profiled when they get pulled over.
Very nice, man. I like that. Yeah. That.
One last thing.
Yeah.
And those loud mufflers.
Oh.
You know what that means?
What?
That's for men with small penises. That's why they have a loud muffler.
Right. Thanks, Matt. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. All right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Matt going down the road of telling of associating the loudness of the muffler to their endowment. Could be. Yeah. And again, you can black out 65% of the light in a Connecticut window tint and still be legal. But, man, if I'm a cop and I'm pulling somebody over and the windows are legally tinted in the back, man, oh, man, yikes. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It is just... And by the way, I did read the Connecticut law here, and if you need a dark tint, you can get that approved with a doctor's order. There's a medical exemption for that in state motor vehicle laws. Adam in Fairfield is with us. Adam, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
All right. How you doing?
I'm up. I'm going all right, Adam. You got about a minute or so here. What do you got?
All right. First off, dark tint. Can we just bring up the fact that our law enforcement cars have windshield tint? Do they? Yes or no?
Yeah, some of them do because if
hold on from that.
Yeah,
exception. All right. The second one is what was the other thing that you just brought up before? That's why I called.
You
brought up three topics. One
Okay.
was guns, one was tit, and the other one was what?
The gun law in Hartford, the Glock switch law?
No, you brought up that, you brought up tit, and then there was something else.
Oh, geez. You're asking me to remember what I said 15 minutes ago, Adam. You know, I haven't been doing well lately.
Let's do the guns real quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Glock switch, Bill.
Semi-automatic semi-automatic handgun.
Yeah.
Manufactured 140 years ago.
Yeah.
So let's put that into perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody somewhere in some old building, probably not a garage, was able to make that with some simple machining tools 140 years ago.
Yeah.
Simultaneously, after the semi-automatic was made, they figured out that they can make it fully automatic.
Sure.
140 years ago. So let's not even get on the point of 3D printers.
Yeah.
Let's just say that anybody with basic machining skills and the internet can manufacture whatever they want with a small budget of buying some tools from Harbor Freight and Home Depot.
Yeah, I've been told that. I have friends of mine, Adam, Yeah, I have. And Adam, thank you for the call, man. I got to go news time. But yeah, I have friends of mine who are lifelong legal gun owners who have said if you've got a certain amount of dexterity, you've got the internet, or maybe you've got that guy. You know that thing, I got a guy? Yeah. For a couple of $100, you or he could do anything you want.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound is at least slightly easier. And on the Upper Merritt northbound, heavy congestion delays over the Sikorsky Bridge. No accident reported. New Haven 91 south, you're jamming exit 4 down through the merge and through Long Wharf over cross southbound. Long line of cars through Hampton down to the tunnel. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com today. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight, ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday sunny with a high again in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ned Lamont and the Hartford Clowns have a problem telling the truth. Here's Ned.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
Talk is cheap, Ned, but you know what's not? Our electric bills. Aaron Stewart is the no BS candidate for governor. Aaron knows that 1, Connecticut exports a third of the energy we generate while we pay the highest prices in New England. That's BS. 2, the Hartford Clowns put a hidden tax on your bill, the public benefits charge. Complete BS. And 3, Ned wants electric leaf blowers instead of gas, so he's importing hydropower from Canada. Really? Canada? Total BS.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive.
I'm Aaron Stewart. I'm running for governor because it's time for something different, like cutting the BS. Only Hartford would ship out the energy we make and ship in expensive Canadian energy. Join me at Aaron4CT.com. I approve this message.
Paid for by Aaron for Connecticut, Valerie Marino, Treasurer.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes and Retirement event, May 12th and 14th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, President of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump says following very good talks over the past day on a deal with Iran to end the war.
They want to make a deal. We've had very good talks over the last 24 hours, and it's very possible that we'll make a deal.
Investors like the news. Stocks are climbing, with the Dow now up over 671 points. The House Oversight Committee is questioning Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick in their Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Lutnick says he never saw Epstein with any young women or witnessed anything inappropriate. Democratic Congressman Suhas Subramanyam points out
he was evasive, nervous, he was dishonest. He would not admit to lying, which he clearly did.
The snow is falling in Colorado. Some 28 inches in Estes Park and around 5 inches at Denver's airport is helping ease concerns about possible drought conditions. CBS News Colorado meteorologist Joe Ruck.
We're at about 33% after this storm of where we want to be with our snow.
CBS News Brief. I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Bridgeport officials are weighing a new option in the just approved state budget that could generate at least $1 million more for city schools, but may also prevent a long-anticipated drop in motor vehicle taxes. The State General Assembly recently passed a measure that would allow the city to keep its car tax rate as high as 32.46 mils, even if the real estate mill rate dropped to a projected 27.75 following a recent property revaluation. Before this measure, the car tax rate was not allowed to exceed the rate of property taxes. Supporters, including Bridgeport Democratic State Representatives Chris Rosario and Steve Staffstrom, said the added flexibility could direct more funding to education without increasing property taxes. However, local leaders like City Council President Jeanette Herron oppose maintaining higher car taxes, arguing that residents are already overburdened. The proposal is expected to be debated ahead of the City Council's May 11th vote. A New Haven firefighter is dead decades after being injured on duty. New Haven fire officials announced Tuesday that former firefighter Thomas Kelly had died on Monday. Kelly was 33 years old when he fell about 30 feet through a shaft while conducting roof operations at a fire in a commercial building in the 1100 block of Chapel Street on February 26, 1992. The New Haven Fire Department is treating Kelly's passing as a line-of-duty death. Stratford firefighters worked for over half an hour to bring 2 simultaneous blazes under control. Stratford fire officials say they received multiple 911 calls approximately 2:50 p.m. Tuesday, reporting smoke and fire in the 100 block of Boswell Avenue. Upon arrival, firefighters found heavy fire and smoke coming from the house, extending to the next door house, and Fire Chief Jermaine Atkinson struck a second and then a third alarm. Atkinson said that mutual aid was called from Milford and Bridgeport to help knock down both fires and declared the scene under control after approximately 35 minutes. No one was injured, and the Stratford Fire Marshal's office is investigating the cause and origin of the fire. The Board of Regents is hiring a firm to investigate former Connecticut State Colleges and Universities Systems Chancellor John Maduco. Maduco announced he would be resigning from his interim role with the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities System on April 24th, 4 days after he was informed he was being investigated in response to a complaint he violated policy. He was placed on administrative leave on April 23rd. The Board of Regents say they are aware of the allegations, but they are not able to comment on what they are about until a 10-day appeal period passes. The board says the accusations were not fiscal in nature. And a new scam is targeting Connecticut residents, with scammers using official-looking state logos and fake case numbers to demand payment for supposed fines tied to the judicial branch or the Department of Motor Vehicles. The scheme caused confusion Monday when more than 50 people went to Hartford Superior Court believing they owed money for tolls, parking tickets, or speeding violations. Officials say the notices often include a court address or a QR code directing victims to a non-state website for payment. Connecticut State Supreme Court Justice Raheem Mullins warned the scam is part of a broader national trend and emphasized that the judicial branch does not send such messages. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 North the Parkway northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. New Haven, 91 south, you are crawling from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. 84 eastbound, jamming through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available per problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the shower is ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Live and local talk for the end of the workday. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Live on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Right, I want to get to this gun bill and how this whole thing is or was done here, and it's going to the governor's desk, this Glock switch thing here. Your head's going to explode when I explain this. We'll do that in just a second, but John in New Britain has been hanging on. John, good afternoon. How are you, sir?
Hey, Paul. How are you?
I'm good, John. What's on your mind, pal?
Boy, where do I start? You know, I waited a little while, so,
sure.
But I'm driving, but it's worth the wait. Well, you know, there's a lot of things on my mind, but
sure.
You know, the two things you brought up, very passionate about both of them because I have an hour commute to work every day, and I see all of the limousine tints, and I'm a pro police officer fan. You know, this state continues to literally handcuff police officers for everything they do. How do you know when you pull? How does a police officer know that when he pulls up alongside a car with limousine tint? I saw one this morning cutting people off, going over to Sikorsky Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, how do they know if they're not brandishing a weapon right at them and not going to shoot at them?
Exactly.
And, you know, why does it – I went into a shop one time, and I just asked the owner, I said, you know, I'm interested in tints. And all I was doing was to protect the heat from my car.
Sure.
And the minute I asked him, well, what's the state tint, he didn't want to talk to me. He didn't want to talk to me. He didn't want to talk to me. And I'm like, oh, okay, so I guess we're done here. So I walked out, and I knew why. It's because he thought I was like an undercover cop.
He thought you were a cop. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
But the Glock thing, I am the Glock, I'm a registered gun owner.
All right.
This legislature continues to go after law-abiding citizens, and we protect the criminals. We protect the people that shouldn't be protected. To me, if you're a criminal, you belong in jail for the whatever it takes.
Yeah.
No, all this legislature wants to do is completely take these people off the street for maybe a week or two, get them some time, and they're right back on the street with the rest of us. And it's just nuts. And finally, Aaron Stewart, my former mayor, 12 years, she will drain the swamp. She would fix things there, although she probably wouldn't have the Democratic majority.
Yeah.
But this whole business of what she did or what she did not do, it's a bunch of BS.
But John, I got to tell you, I think a race, John, between either Ryan Fazio and Ned Lamont or Ned Lamont and Aaron Stewart is a golden opportunity for the Republicans. But, John, I got to tell you, I hang out on a lot of internet forums. I know a lot of people who are very vocal about this. And, John, I have to tell you, a significant amount of the Republican registered voters in this state who will be voting in the primary and will have their voices heard at the convention in a couple of weeks, they don't think she's conservative enough. They don't like her. And it is mind-boggling, the usual circular firing squad from the Connecticut Republican Party, John. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, because they know they do this constantly, and they shoot themselves in the foot, and then they sit back and they wonder why we lost.
And they bitch him up. Hey, John, a lot of people forget, and I remind people, the Republican nominee a couple of cycles ago was not Tom Foley, it was Mark Boughton. But no, Mark was not conservative enough. I said, go ahead, nominate Tom Foley and watch what happens. Watch what happens.
I was at fundraisers with both Boughton and Stewart.
Yeah.
And, she was going to pick him, he was going to pick her.
Yep.
Blah, blah. Now he works up in Hartford for Lamont.
Yeah, he's the tax commissioner. Commissioner, yeah. Thanks, John. I do have to run, my friend. Thank you. And listen, Ned Lamont, no dummy him. Hey, Mr. Mayor or Mark, former mayor. Hey, you know what, man? I was worried, man, if it was going to be me against you. Man, those Republican voters, man, were they dumb to substitute Tom Foley, who's a nice guy. I met Tom a few times. So what does Ned Lamont do? Like a good businessman does if he can embrace his competition? Right? Hey, you want to be my Revenue Services Commissioner? I'm appointing a Republican to be the state tax commissioner. How's about that? All right. Our friend there from New Britain had John just mentioned this Glock switch bill. Let's do this now. We'll get all this out of the way. If you didn't hear how this went down, stay with me here, because you will lose your lunch after I tell you how this transpired. That's coming up and more right here on WICC 600 AM 95.9 FM.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Thursday, May 21st, when the Yankees host the Toronto Blue Jays, and be ready to receive a great promotional giveaway. It's Yankees Cap Night. The first 18,000 guests through the gates, 21 and over, will receive a Yankees cap presented by Budweiser. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. That's the Yankees and the division rival Blue Jays on Yankees Cap Night, Thursday, May 21st, presented by Budweiser. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215215. That's SPARK to 215215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Sana. Well, the market saw some optimism today amid renewed hopes of a peace deal between the U.S. and Iran. The Dow finished up around 600 points, just shy of the 50,000 mark, while the S&P and NASDAQ finished at record highs. Oil fell today amid hopes of that deal between the U.S. and Iran. President Trump posted on Truth Social that epic fury would be at an end if Iran agrees to give what has been agreed to. Oil prices also fell after the Energy Information Administration said that crude inventories dropped less than expected the week ended May 1st. On the day, WTI crude falling back to around $95 a barrel. In economic news, payroll processor ADP said that private sector employment was up more than expected in April. It climbed by 109,000 jobs after climbing 61,000 in March. That topped analyst expectations. Shares of entertainment giant Walt Disney climbed after the company reported lower profits in the second quarter, along with higher revenues. Disney stock gaining over 7% on the day.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215215. That's SPARK to 215215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport, New Haven. 91 south, you are crawling from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. 84 eastbound, jamming through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available per problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight, ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday sunny with a high again in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli while you work. Add voiceofct.com to your bookmarks. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
So I have always said, and I've never been a lawmaker, I'm probably not going to end up being a lawmaker, but having said that, I have always said that the process should be respected. And I hear that from both sides of the aisle. When I talk to Republicans and Democrats over the years, they say, look, you can argue about the bill, but how are we doing this? Let me ask you something. You're in a hospital. It's not an emergency. Okay, it's not an emergency. You weren't shot or stabbed, and they didn't fly you into the ER and throw you up on a table and start an IV and, get an O2 line in you and calling people stat to get in the operating room, and your life's on the line. It's not an emergency. You're having bypass surgery, okay? This has been planned for months, maybe for you. You knew, your cardiologist said, hey, listen, we can let it go for a couple of more years. You seem to be okay on your meds, but we got to do this. So this is not an emergency. The way a law's coming down the pike. You say, all right, let's plan this out. Now, if you've been in a hospital, and thank God I've only been in a hospital a couple times. If you've been in a hospital, you know that the planned stuff, in other words, the planned surgery, they usually start at 7 in the morning, 7:30. And why do they do that? And they keep surgeons on call for later in the day, but they put the planned stuff early in the day because they want the surgeons as sharp as they can be. All right, there's a gunshot later on, 5, 6 o'clock, midnight. We have the overnight people. There's a cardiologist on duty. There's a neurological surgeon, an orthopedic guy, whatever. So what if your surgeon came in the room to you and said, hey, we're all set to go, Mr. Jones. Okay. When are we starting, Doc? Day after tomorrow? He goes, no, we're going to do it at 3 a.m. in the morning. And you're like, well, wait a minute. This is important stuff. Yeah, but I got a lot of stuff backing me up. So we're going to get you in there, Mr. Jones. And, man, I will have been on my 8th operation of the day. But at 3:30, you're going to tell him, get the F out of here. I don't want you cutting me open and ripping my sternum open and reconfiguring my heart electively at 3 in the morning. That's what happened last night with the gun bill. A bill banning the sale of pistols that could be converted to full automatic fire passed the Senate early Wednesday morning after 4 hours of debate. The final vote came at 7 a.m. toward the end of a marathon 20-hour session. That's ridiculous. Why do we make laws this way? I know what you're going to say. And you pretty much know why. The Democrats knew it was going to pass. And you do this, remember, the majority or whoever controls a party anywhere, they will say when we're considering a bill. So if you're going to do something with guns, do it when just about everybody's asleep. But my God, this is legislative crap. And I wish I could use another word. It's legislative SH. Fill in the other two. Debating and even if this stuff is a foregone conclusion, no session should go past midnight. Like tonight, they've got to be done in 7 hours. But every damn session, they're debating major laws at 3 or 4 in the morning. It's a disgrace. And people yell at me when I say, listen, we should have a full-time legislature or we shouldn't have the 3-month and the 5-month, make everything 5 months or 6 months. Oh, no, I don't want them up there for that long. Well, then you get this. The bill passed 22-11 in a mostly party line vote. It had earlier passed the State House, now heads to Governor Ned Lamont's desk. And they were saying last night there was 2 people in the chamber at sometimes. The report said that the Senate clerk and somebody else said they were sleeping. That's what I read today. People were dozing off. And we make laws like this. How disrespectful can you be to the people of the state of Connecticut? Again, I ask, do you want your cardiothoracic surgeon operating on you at 3:30 in the morning after he's been there for 20 freaking hours? Or do you want him bright and, hey, let's go. Good morning, Mr. Jones. Let's go. You're my first patient of the day. And you're sitting there all set for the surgery going, oh, God, good. He's awake. Look at him. He's tiptoeing down the hallway. He's flying. We're going to be good here. But again, and I know what the traditionalists say. Well, this is the way it's always been. It is just, you're passing laws, you're voting at 3 or 4 in the morning. It is ridiculous. It looks like it is a, no, I can't say that because too many people, I was going to allude to a famous, I can't because you'll put 2 and 2 together. I just can't. Oh, man. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. So we're passing and voting on stuff at 3 or 4 in the morning. Children. That's how they act up there. Children. Real quick, Jerry in Stratford. Jerry, go. What's up?
Paul, have we reached a Fort Sumter moment where, to quote, for example, William Tong, that we're a sovereign state, and not only do we invent rights where none exist, that is to say the right to be in the country illegally, But we abrogate, we strip away rights where they do exist. That is to say, the right to keep and bear arms. So are we at that Fort Sumter moment?
No,
are we
not
at
in
a
Connecticut.
Point where Connecticut is
No.
We're not leaving the United States. I think for all intents and purposes, this state, if the federal government is for it, they are against it. And it doesn't matter what it is.
And, Jerry, on that note, and I do have to run, Jerry, I want to get another call in here. Look, I hope, and maybe it'll stand up, I hope this Glock ban goes quickly to a court, if possible. I'd like to see, can you specifically ban a single type of firearm? A lot of experts say you can. And if the court says you can, that's fine. Listen, it is what it is. There's still a bunch of guns you can buy. Why are we doing this at 3 o'clock in the morning? That's a rhetorical question. Because they scheduled it that way because they want to keep it away from as many. And there was nobody in the building when they did this. This is legislative crap. Judy in Stratford before news. Judy, how are you?
Yeah, well, that's why Mooney wanted to another important bill that they were voting on was to keep the bars open until 4. And that was because so when they get out of their session at 3 and 4, they could go and have a drink. There you go. I solved that problem, or that question. Yep.
Yeah. Thanks, Judy. I appreciate it. Yeah, remember that bill? Now, that was a couple of 3 years ago. And, yeah, Judy, thank you. And I think it was introduced knowing it would never go anywhere. And it was a member of the Bridgeport delegation. I don't want to say a name, but and I think it was introduced knowing it would never go anywhere. And this delegation person said, "Yeah, I did it. I knew it never would, but remember that? Yeah, hey, let's keep the bars and the clubs serving alcohol till 4 o'clock in the morning." That's a great idea.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 Worth Parkway northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport, New Haven. 91 south, you are crawling from exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. 84 eastbound, jamming through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available per problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the shower is ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Town Fair Tire is New England's largest volume discount tire dealer with over 125 locations. So we sell name brand tires for the guaranteed lowest price, like Michelin tires with all-season capabilities and maximum performance. Plus, Town Fair will give you more free services for life on your Michelin tires for longer tread life and reliable traction in both wet and dry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Some people reach a line and stop. Some hit a wall and turn around. Then there are the ones who cross the line, climb the wall, face obstacles, and turn them to their advantage. That's where we come in. We're the next rodeo. We design bold marketing that drives real growth. A creative partner for businesses ready to push forward beyond what's expected. The Next Rodeo. Learn more at thenextrodeo.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And look, if you're not going to have a full-time legislature, all right, I get that. But this 3-month, 5-month thing is just stupid. It goes back to agrarian days. Make it 6 months each year, and then which is never going to happen. Make it 6 months each year. And I don't want to hear this. Well, the more they're up there, Paul, the more damage they'll do. They're not doing damage now. We're debating and voting on things at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. Do you understand me? Make it 6 months or 5 months each year. And you know what you say toward the end of the session? No votes, no debate, nothing. We're done at midnight. Well, the democratic process. Go screw. We're done at midnight. Figure it the blank out. Debate on the gun bill, a measure proposed by Governor Ned Lamont, says here, opened at 3:15 this morning with nobody in the public galleries. At 4:30, Senator Rob Sampson and Gary Winfield, New Haven and Wolcott there, were debating in an empty chamber, and the Senate's clerk seemed to briefly doze. Yes, the clerk of the Senate was sleeping during a debate about gun rights.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has testified before the House Oversight Committee behind closed doors in its Jeffrey Epstein probe. Secretary Lutnick has faced criticism from House Democrats, including Ro Khanna, about his relationship with Epstein and his evolving statements about their history.
It was just contortions and lies and no acknowledgement that he misled the American public.
House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer, a Republican, says Lutnick has been very transparent.
The first 20 minutes of the Democrats' question in here, they complained about not having video and not having things to be able to put on MSNBC for their angry purple-haired viewers to be outraged over.
Others who have appeared include the executors of Epstein's estate, as well as former President Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. The FBI has served a search warrant at the office of the Virginia Senate leader as part of a reported corruption investigation. The search at Senator L. Luis Lucas's district office in Portsmouth comes after the Democrat helped lead the state's redistricting effort. WTKR-TV reporter Brendan Ponton.
We know that Louise Lucas, the powerful state senator from Portsmouth, and her daughter, Lisa Lucas Burke, who used to be a city council member here in Portsmouth, both work out of this office.
Kentucky Derby winner Golden Tempo will not run in the Preakness Stakes next weekend, but will run in the Belmont Stakes on June 6th. For various reasons, it's the 6th time in 8 years the Preakness will happen with no chance of a Triple Crown on the line. A Dutch cruise ship at the center of a deadly hantavirus outbreak has left the West African island of Cape Verde bound for the Canary Islands. 3 people on board have died and at least 8 people are possibly infected. CBS's Bradley Blackburn.
Overnight, health officials in protective gear helped evacuate 3 people from the cruise suspected of having the virus. Nearly 150 other passengers remain quarantined on board.
This is one of those unusual circumstances where hantavirus is spreading from person to person.
Swiss authorities announced Wednesday that a man who previously traveled on the ship and returned home at the end of April just tested positive for the Andes strain of the disease.
Ted Turner, the founder of CNN and former owner of the Atlanta Braves, has died at the age of 87. CNN anchor Wolf Blitzer talked about him during his show and says when Turner hired him in 1990, he was very clear about what he wanted CNN to become.
He was so determined to make sure that the news was strong, was reliable, was fair, and he inspired me and so many other journalists to work and report the news fairly and accurately, and if possible, break those stories first.
This is CBS News.
I want to know what's going on in the world. I'm Tony. There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers. How are you? I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
For the best FCIAC high school baseball and lacrosse coverage, listen to Bats and Sticks with Dave Rudin. Tune in every Sunday at 11 a.m. on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Bats and Sticks, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food served fast.
WICC 600 and 95.9. Voice of Connecticut local news update.
A 44-year-old Beacon Falls man is charged with murder. State police said Adam Drozdowski called 911 around 11:45 a.m. Tuesday to report he had killed someone inside his home. A victim was pronounced dead by EMS shortly after noon. Drozdowski was taken into custody with bond set at $1 million. A New York man is taking a plea deal for allegedly trying to steal mail in Connecticut. Tulio Nunez of the Bronx and an associate were caught trying to steal mail from collection boxes in West Haven using a counterfeit postal key. The associate put a box of unopened mail in a getaway car, but officers converged on the duo before they were able to flee. Nunez allegedly put the car in reverse and slammed into a law enforcement vehicle before he was apprehended. Nunez is pleading guilty to multiple charges and is awaiting sentencing in July, where he could face a maximum of 20 years in prison. And United Illuminating is appealing a decision to halt construction on a high-voltage transmission line. The line was set to run on steel monopoles through Bridgeport and Fairfield. The appeal claims that the Connecticut Siting Council succumbed to political pressure to oppose the project after members had initially signaled support. Governor Ned Lamont specifically asked the council to delay a final vote on the project in September, but a spokesperson in Lamont's office declined to comment on the appeal. The executive director of the Siting Council, Melanie Bachman, also declined to comment. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes, Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway isn't much help. New Haven, 95 south, Cove-Raleigh from the 91 merge going through Long Wharf on 84 eastbound, jamming through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight, ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday sunny with a high again in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorik on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, thank you. Hope all is well with you and yours and his and hers and whatever. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Producer Chris Williams on the other side of the glass. One more big hour here. Dan Haar coming up from Hearst, Connecticut Media. Question of the day. Hearst, by the way, is reporting that cameras are now scanning license plates. License plate scanners are at some Connecticut Lowe's and Home Depot stores. We started with this today. Interesting story. And does that bother you? Doesn't bother me at all. We had a guest on before from Quinnipiac University. You can catch that. Professor Przlowski there, criminal justice, law school there, talking about the fact that a lot of municipalities, a lot of private companies are embracing this technology. But again, the whole thing is really, what do you do with the images? You hold them for a couple of weeks, a couple of months, years, indefinitely, ad infinitum, as they say. So we've talked about that today. Also talking about the General Assembly, that Glock switch bill passing last night. Listen, I understand. You want to... Well, no, it passed this morning. That's my point here. I mean, it passed this morning. We're doing legislation at 3:30 and 4 in the morning. I know what people are saying. Well, it's always happened that way. No, to me, as a guy who pays taxes here in this state, and even if it's legislation where it's a foregone conclusion, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry. To me, it doesn't matter. To me, it is a gross disrespect of the state and how the state is operated and for the good taxpayers of this state when we have people, and part of the story is always at the end of, when these legislative sessions happen and, 3 months as we are here in the even years and 5 months where they could do the real damage in the odd years. We always have this scenario of, they're going to go late. No, they shouldn't be allowed to. Midnight deadline, that's it. That's it. Make like you're a union stagehand. Hey, the band's got to wrap up by 11:59 or we're going to kill you with overtime here. Oh, man. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. And like I said, you wouldn't expect your cardiothoracic surgeon to come in your room and say, hey, Mr. Jones, we're all set for your quadruple bypass. It'll take about 5 hours on the table. You'll be fine. Great, Doc. When do we start? Tomorrow morning at 7:30? No. Tomorrow morning at 3:30 in the morning, and I'm not going to get any sleep in between now and then. All right. Hey, how about that? Would you want your accountant working on your taxes, coming down to tax deadline time? Would you want your accountant doing your taxes at 3 or 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the morning? You know what the answer is to that. It's a rhetorical question. Would you want your mechanic working on your brakes or your steering on your car at 3:30 or 4 in the morning? No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. So again, I ask a simple question. Why do we pass laws that way? I know it's stuff that has, a majority support. I get that. But again, it is a bad look. And to me, it is disrespecting you and I, the taxpayers of this state.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. So the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
We are in the midst of a huge month of concerts. Sunday, May 17th, Blackstreet is at Mohegan Sun. Saturday, May 23rd, you have a choice. Dave Matthews and John Fogerty jamming at the Greenwich Town Party, or see Charlie Puth bringing down the Mohegan Sun Arena. Thursday, May 28th, another great pair of shows. Lou Graham at the Stanford Center for the Arts, or Khaled at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Friday, May 29th, it's 5 Seconds of Summer at Mohegan Sun. Then kicking off June, Friday, June 5th, Jason Mraz at Foxwoods Casino. Saturday, June 6th, Machine Gun Kelly at Meadows Music Theater. Monday, June 22nd, it's Post Malone and Jelly Roll at Frenchler Field in Hartford.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Is your home exterior in need of repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing. If you're dealing with roof leaks, sagging gutters, or windows and doors that just won't seal, ignoring them will only lead to costly repairs. At Brown Roofing, we do it all. Roofing, gutters, chimneys, siding, windows, and doors. And you can get your new roof, siding, or windows as low as $99 a month. Call Brown Roofing today for your free estimate. Brown won't let you down.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Stream WICC anywhere. Wherever you go, we go. Go to voiceofct.com and click on Listen Live. Brought to you by the Connecticut Lottery. Visit ctlottery.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway isn't much help. New Haven, 95 south, Cove-Raleigh from the 91 merge going through Long Wharf on 84 eastbound, jamming through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the shower is ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday sunny with a high in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Stamford's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Back to open phones. First, though, our weekly check-in every midweek Wednesday right around this time. Quarter past, give a minute or two. Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Mr. Haar, good afternoon, sir, and how are you? Is Dan there? Chris, is Dan?
Yeah, sorry. I was sorry. I was on mute.
That's okay.
Because I was screaming about monopoles coming into my neighborhood.
Well, at least, but feel free, Dan, to scream and vent. That's fine. Let's start with that. And I know you have a great column today about Steve Harding and tax relief and all that. But yeah, I wanted to chat on you with it. But this is a calliope of weird. This whole monopole thing, isn't it, Dan? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, the first thing I want to say about it is that another word for monopole is pole.
Yeah.
So I'm in the newsroom telling people, can we please just call these poles? Because if it's a bipole, there's two of them. But if it's a monopole, it's just a pole.
It's a pole,
so,
yeah.
But what you have here is a classic example of a historic neighborhood that doesn't want these giant poles in their midst. Mm-hmm. But this is precisely the sort of thing that the Connecticut Siting Council would normally approve and has approved in many other places and would have approved here, bluntly, in my opinion, if the governor hadn't intervened. And the governor did intervene. I was at the Capitol when he had an unrelated press conference, and there was a din outside, as they said on the Marx Brothers. There's a din outside. And out he went to actually say, we're going to stop this thing. And he has done good to his word. He asked the Siting Council to stop it. Extremely rare for the governor to step in. And there are some political connections that may have led to that. The point being, listen, I might have a case here if they can show that this is the kind of thing that the Siting Council would otherwise have approved.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, Dan. I mean, do we know whether there was any precedent for this? Like, isn't the Siting Council, you tell me, you know more about this than I do, are they supposed to act independently of the executive branch or not?
They are independent, but they do reject things. They don't reject very many solar projects, and I just had a story about that. Yeah. And my colleague Austin Romina has documented the amount of solar projects that they have not rejected. Mm-hmm. But the point is that, yes, they can and do reject. The issue with precedent in respect to the Siting Council is that each circumstance is unique. So you're not going to find another circumstance that's comparable. You know, where else in a town of 60,000 have they run polls for as part of a 7.3 mile, $300 million project through the old historic district of town? The answer is nowhere. It's unique. so it's very hard to make comparisons. And if they say they rejected for reasons of aesthetics or whatever, then you have to stick by it. I think, and then of course the alternative is to run them underground, which adds $500 million to a $300 million project. And even by Trump's math, that's, that's 160%. So there you go.
Yeah, the General Assembly is going to wrap up tonight, supposedly around midnight. They did an all-nighter last night, which drives me nuts. I don't think it's a good look. But having said that, you have an interesting piece today about what the Senate GOP leader did once that lunacy cleared up.
Yeah, he drove home. He lives in Brookfield, which is an hour from from the Capitol in Hartford.
Yeah.
And he drove home, and he's a 38-year-old, good-shaped, 6-mile-a-day runner.
Yeah.
And he had two options. Should I sleep 2 hours or should I run 6 miles? and what do you think he did?
I'm guessing he ran.
He ran. He ran 6 miles. And, of course, I said, because you're in Brookfield, that must mean you ran a lot of hills.
Yeah.
But, no, he went to the gym, which I don't mean to plug, and I hope it's not a competitor of one of your advertisers, but it was appropriately named Club 24.
Oh, I know those places. Yeah.
So he ran, and, of course, the underlying serious part of the issue is why the heck is the Senate in a position where they have to do an all-nighter the night before the last day, and both sides blame the other. The Republicans blame the Democrats for poor time management, and the Democrats blame the Republicans for unnecessarily filibustering. And to the Democrats' point, there was a 6-hour debate yesterday on the transportation omnibus bill.
Sure.
Which, okay. That's a long one. But on the other hand, they have a right to object, and they're only 11 out of 36, so that's democracy.
And maybe, Dan Hara, maybe, and I know this has been alluded to by the Democrats as kind of a shot across the bow, a warning here. Maybe, Connecticut in these cases should not have the unlimited, we're one of the few states that's got an unlimited, untimed right of debate here. Maybe it should be 2 hours total time or an hour and 45, something like that. I mean, I don't know. I'm no parliamentary rules guy, but you're right. It's just, Dan, you know what? It's just, I understand it happens a lot. It's just not a good look. I don't know about you.
Generally, Connecticut has more permissive policies about participation at the Capitol. For example, when there was a discussion of locking people out of the public hearings that were limited to 12 hours, I got a whole document from the Senate Democrats that showed that no other state among civilized states there was a comparison of 8 other states, and they were all relatively civilized.
Yeah.
And that no other state had anything even remotely. New York, you have to sign up, and if you miss the sign, it's much, much harder to testify in any other state and much more restricted. And I believe it's the same thing with debate on the floor. I don't cover every state, but I find it hard to believe that there are very many states that have a tradition of unlimited debate. And that is what we do. And so, listen, democracy is a beautiful thing. It's ugly, but it's beautiful.
A couple more things. You wrote a piece, I understand, on taxes. I read that, property taxes. But you said there's some twists and turns in this whole thing, too, of people expecting some real property tax relief here.
Well, this is we thought it was a technical glitch. When they passed the bill in the budget, as part of the budget, towns, schools get an extra $173 million.
Yeah.
Right? And so it turns out that managing the flow of that $173 million at the precise time when towns are setting their budgets is a mess. The Senate Democrats believe that all of that money has to go to schools, which would make sense, except what do you do if you're a town that just increased its school spending by 4% or $2 million, and you've just gotten $1 million? You don't now need that $1 million because you've locked in by statute, by ordinance, you've locked in your budget, and now you want to use that $1 million to offset taxes to save the average homeowner $200 a year. You can't do it. Under the Senate's interpretation, you can't do it.
Yeah.
Under everyone else's interpretation, you can. And this is the kind of thing that happens when you do everything at the last minute.
Exactly.
Because the language is the language. And what happened was this was a grassroots problem.
Yeah.
Lawyers from towns started calling in saying, what am I supposed to do? This wording doesn't work.
Yeah. And finally, anything you've had your ear to the ground there, I would think, anything about this wonderfully fascinating first district congressional race? You live in the district there in beautiful, sunny, bucolic West Hartford. Some friends of mine are up there, too. Mr. Bronin and Congressman Larson and two other candidates there. Anything new we need to know about there, or is it radio silence?
No, I just wish I were a registered Democrat so that I could get all these advertisements that Luke Bronin says are being illegally paid for by the federal taxpayers because they are actually campaign ads instead of being free information going out. But I think listen, the sniping is going to continue very intensely for the next week. Monday, March 11th is the convention, and both candidates are going to get their 15%. But the sniping is going to become much more public.
Yes.
And probably less nasty because now after the convention, after they secure their ballot positions, probably they're going to now start to appeal to the voters versus the delegates. And when you're appealing to delegates, you can be a little bit more nasty.
Absolutely. Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Dan, as always, thank you. We appreciate the time. Have a good weekend, and we'll talk to you next Wednesday. Thank you, sir.
Quiet week.
All right. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. A good wrap up there at the Capitol. God sakes. Our buddy Steve Harding stays up all night, and the guy goes and runs 6 miles.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway isn't much help. New Haven, 95 south, Raleigh from the 91 merge going through Long Wharf on 84 eastbound, jamming through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight, ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday sunny with a high again in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
For the best FCAC high school baseball and lacrosse coverage, listen to Bats and Sticks with Dave Rudin. Tune in every Sunday at 11 a.m. on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Bats and Sticks, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food served fast.
Hallmark Cards presents Mother's Day at Walgreens. Celebrate every mother figure in your life with a Hallmark card at Walgreens. Show how much she means to you and how deeply she's loved. A Hallmark card is the perfect way to say thank you for all she does. Don't forget, Mother's Day is Sunday, May 10th. Visit Walgreens today to find the perfect Hallmark Mother's Day card and make her feel truly special. Mother's Day means Hallmark cards at Walgreens.
Why does Progressive help support truckers? Because truckers unite the world. Truckers unite whistles and lifeguards. Truckers unite fitness devices with people who don't exercise. Truckers unite your aunt with those live, laugh, love signs. But truckers can't do any of this if they're not on the road. That's why Progressive helps safe truckers save an average of $6,181 when they elect to share their ELD data with us. Get a quote at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. 2025 National Average Safe Driver Enrollment Discount Savings for new Progressive customers exclude mandatory program participants. Not available in all states. Driving data could increase or decrease premiums at renewal.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
At President Trump's urging, the FDA has approved some fruit-flavored vapes for adults. More from CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace.
For years, the FDA rejected flavored electronic cigarettes after they became popular with teens. Now, the agency has okayed fruit-flavored vapes made by Los Angeles-based Glass and is requiring the company to make sure its advertising is targeting adults ages 21 and older. In a statement, the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids says the FDA's approval puts at risk the progress the nation has made in reducing youth e-cigarette use. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Oil prices sink and stock markets burst higher worldwide with hopes that a deal is nearing to allow tankers to deliver crude from the Persian Gulf again. The price for a barrel of Brent fell below $102 today. The Dow jumped 612 points. The Nasdaq closed up 2%, and the S&P 500 rose 106 points. Stock markets abroad jumped even more. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A bill to ban Glock-style handguns in Connecticut is expected to be signed into law by Governor Ned Lamont. The House-passed bill was approved early this morning by the Senate. Automatic weapons are already banned in the state, but supporters said the bill closes a loophole which allowed handguns to be converted into machine guns with a so-called Glock switch. Opponents argued it won't stop criminals, but will penalize legal gun owners and sellers. Bridgeport officials are weighing a new option in the just-approved state budget that could generate at least $1 million more for city schools, but may also prevent a long-anticipated drop in motor vehicle taxes. The State General Assembly recently passed a measure that would allow the city to keep its car tax rate as high as 32.46 mils, even if the real estate mill rate dropped to a projected 27.75 following a recent property revaluation. Before this measure, the car tax rate was not allowed to exceed the rate of property taxes. Supporters, including Bridgeport Democratic State Representatives Chris Rosario and Steve Staffstrom, said the added flexibility could direct more funding to education without increasing property taxes. However, local leaders like City Council President Jeanette Herron oppose maintaining higher car taxes, arguing that residents are already overburdened. The proposal is expected to be debated ahead of the City Council's May 11th vote. Stratford firefighters worked for over half an hour to bring two simultaneous blazes under control. Stratford fire officials say they received multiple 911 calls approximately 2:50 p.m. Tuesday, reporting smoke and fire in the 100 block of Boswell Avenue. Upon arrival, firefighters found heavy fire and smoke coming from the house, extending to the next door house, and Fire Chief Jermaine Atkinson struck a second and then a third alarm. Atkinson said that mutual aid was called from Milford and Bridgeport to help knock down both fires and declared the scene under control after approximately 35 minutes. No one was injured, and the Stratford Fire Marshal's office is investigating the cause and origin of the fire. A new scam is targeting Connecticut residents, with scammers using official-looking state logos and fake case numbers to demand payment for supposed fines tied to the judicial branch or the Department of Motor Vehicles. The scheme caused confusion Monday when more than 50 people went to Hartford's Superior Court believing they owed money for tolls, parking tickets, or speeding violations. Officials say the notices often include a court address or a QR code directing victims to a non-state website for payment. Connecticut State Supreme Court Justice Raheem Mullins warned the scam is part of a broader national trend and emphasized that the judicial branch does not send such messages. A New Haven firefighter is dead decades after being injured on duty. New Haven fire officials announced Tuesday that former firefighter Thomas Kelly had died on Monday. Kelly was 33 years old when he fell about 30 feet through a shaft while conducting roof operations at a fire in a commercial building in the 1100 block of Chapel Street on February 26, 1992. The New Haven Fire Department is treating Kelly's passing as a line-of-duty death. The Board of Regents is hiring a firm to investigate former Connecticut State Colleges and Universities Systems Chancellor John Maduco. Maduco announced he would be resigning from his interim role with CSCU on April 24th, 4 days after he was informed he was being investigated in response to a complaint that he violated policy. He was placed on administrative leave on April 23rd. The Board of Regents says they are aware of the allegations, but they are not able to comment on what they are about until a 10-day appeal period passes. The board says the accusations were not fiscal in nature. The Connecticut House ended Tuesday's session without voting on a bill to expand parole eligibility. The representatives heard speeches from the Black and Puerto Rican caucus in favor of the bill, which would expand parole eligibility for people who committed crimes while they were under the age of 26. Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Steve Staffstrom, who also serves as Judiciary Chair, addressed criticism that the bill would let violent criminals out of jail too early.
When individuals are sentenced to lengthy sentences, right now they're eligible for parole after 85% of their sentence. All this bill does is reduce that number from 85% down to 60%. So say you're somebody who was sentenced to 50 years in prison. You still have to serve 30 years in prison before you're even eligible for parole.
Democratic House Speaker Matt Ritter says he believes the chamber has enough votes to pass the bill through the House, but some members were requiring an amendment to make sex crimes ineligible for the expansion. Speakers at the debate were angry that House leaders decided to move forward without a vote. Ritter believes the bill will pass next year. And Bridgeport's Beardsley Zoo was open today after it was closed Tuesday following a series of threatening calls. Zoo officials posted on social media that operations resumed today during normal hours from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. after working with local authorities to address the situation. Authorities indicated the threats were not credible, and similar incidents reported at zoos across the country are believed to be part of a recent wave of swatting calls, none of which have been found to be valid. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, well over an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is at least slightly easier. New Haven, 91 south, over 20 minutes from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. It's all congestion delays. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, you're bunched up nicely through Hamden down to the tunnel. 84 eastbound, more volume delays through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the shower is ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And there is some good news out of Hartford. It's not all bad. I consider this good news. You may not. Story here by Emily Ott, or Otte, or Otti. I'm not sure how to pronounce her name. Connecticut Mirror. Lawmakers reinstated a cap on THC in cannabis flowers after a pushback. Remember we talked about this a few weeks ago? Because there was a complaint from the cannabis growers that other states, and the state was concerned about it too, that other states around us, I guess Rhode Island, New York State, Massachusetts, were able to sell a higher potency strain of marijuana, and they say that was hampering sales in the state. I said, well, fine, but too bad. It's got the content cap that's here in the state is 35%. 35%. Man, the weed I smoked in college, so somebody said that the time I went there, late 70s, early 80s, geez, it was probably, what, 5%, 6%, 7%? So, our lawmakers in Hartford, listen, you can get them the message. It seems sometimes we can't, but it does happen. Witness this. The House and Senate voting Tuesday to reinstate a cap on the amount of THC content Prior to this year's session, Connecticut law capped the THC in cannabis flowers at 35%. A bill that was passed in April removed that cap. At the time, State Rep Roland Lamar, D. New Haven, said cannabis plants have their own natural limits on THC concentration and that watering down the cannabis could actually be more dangerous because it would involve substances that have not been tested or regulated. But oftentimes guests on this show, we heard from him a couple of days ago. State Rep Dave Vertigliano, Republican Trumbull, argued higher concentrations of THC would make it easier for people to become addicted. He noted that the public health professionals who appeared at a public hearing on the bill also brought concerns about THC levels. Senator James Maroney, Democrat, West Haven, said there were similar concerns in the Senate about the removal of the THC cap. All right. So that's it. Listen, I understand it. I get it. I understand it. And I know what you're saying out there, and I know what you're saying, and I know what you're saying all the time because you're saying, well, Paul, what about stronger booze? All right, yeah. It's not the same thing. Could we please stop with comparing marijuana and alcohol from a purely, all right, we can argue the politics of it, but you can't argue the science of it. You just can't. You cannot and should not argue the science of it. We have a hard and fast level and ways to do this for a DUI, intoxication, and impairment with alcohol. We have that. We know what that is. It's 0.08. Connecticut may want to go for 0.05. That'd be dumb. That'd just, you'd be creating criminality there. Thank God nobody brought up that dummy bill again. 0.08, we know what it is. We know that that is a recognized level of impairment that can be tested for, either with a blood test or a breathalyzer test or a field sobriety test. We know that. We can understand it. We understand how the body metabolizes alcohol because it's water soluble. You sleep it off, you hit the bathroom a couple of times, and you're by and large not intoxicated. You may not feel good, but, whatever. But it's different with marijuana. And I know people should say, well, let's let the free market reign. No, because we still, no matter what you read, we are still finding things out about consumers and continuous users of marijuana that we just are still finding things out about. By the way, big story came out the other day. Now, again, teens aren't supposed to use marijuana. We get it. It's 21 and older, I guess, in every state. I don't think anybody's at 18. But 21 and older, and still, even at that level, they're finding problems. But another study came out the other day that said, man, oh, man, if you start smoking weed in your teens before you're legally an adult, there is even more information out there that it's just plain stinking bad.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliasson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliasson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliasson and Tenor, for peace of mind. 203-336-2566.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, well over an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound is at least slightly easier. New Haven, 91 south, over 20 minutes from exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. It's all congestion delays. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, you're bunched up nicely through Hamden down to the tunnel. 84 eastbound. More volume delays through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight, ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Get the straight story on everything that's going on around our state. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, if you missed this story, it kind of flew under the radar because of everything leading up to the primaries in some important states yesterday and last night, and the war in Iran and all this. It was posted in the New York Post, but it's a national study here. Weed is harming teens' brain development, warns the largest U.S. study ever here. And I mean, listen, I know people think this, but again, you have to tell yourself, no, it's not cigarettes, it's not alcohol, although those things should not be used illegally. But this notion that I hear all the time, well, it's no worse than alcohol or it's no worse than tobacco. No. The good news is more teens are staying away from marijuana, but the drug is still used by 1 in 5 teens in New York. Think about that. 20% of teens are lighting up. Researchers from the University of California, San Diego have conducted now the largest long-term study in the U.S. on cannabis in kids. And again, they're not adults. I get it. But at least in New York, 20%, 1 in 5 are token on the doobie there. Analyzing more than 11,000 kids, 9 to 79. Yeah, smoke weed when you're 9. That'll do you good. That's some good eating right there. As Andy Griffith used to say, good cracker. Analyzing more than 11,000 kids, 9 to 17, the researchers tracked both substance use and cognitive performance through self-reporting and biological testing. Across a range of skills, including memory, attention, language, and processing speed, teens who use cannabis showed restricted growth during the key years of brain development, you think? Progress in memory, focus, and thinking speed leveled off as they got older and started using cannabis compared to their peers who didn't. And in smaller groups of participants, those exposed to THC had worsened memory over time, while CBD, the cannabis byproducts, did not have the same effect. Although the differences were modest, most researchers say they're still important and occurred during a crucial time of life. Listen, kids are going to do what they do. I get it. I understand that. But, man, that's just some... And what are the... and again, I know what you're going to say. Well, the parents... Well, how are you going to blame the parents? If the kids are getting weed when they're 15, 16, 17 years old, and they get a high, all right, they like it. How do you stop that? Unless you're going to helicopter parent your kid, I don't know. You tell me, 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. But listen, this is, tobacco, alcohol, cannabis, it's always been there, always being a relative term, and it probably always will be. But, man, they got to step it up. This is interesting. We'll finish on this because I did want to get this interesting. And Chris has mentioned this in his news. City of Bridgeport debating more money for schools, but at the cost of higher tax rates for cars. State lawmaker says here in Hearst have given city officials a way to provide at least $1 million more to schools in Bridgeport. But if they enacted that, it would mean motor vehicle taxes in Bridgeport would not drop as anticipated. That's causing some divisions among key decision makers in the city council's set vote coming up May 11th. So 5 more days on the new budget. So the new budget's going to be voted on in about 5 days. As a result of the 2025 property revaluation, remember that, which saw a spike in what homes are worth, the Bridgeport real estate tax rate was going to supposedly go down from 43.45 mils. It would be 27.75. But the problem is the value of the property is higher, so 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But the local motor vehicle mill rate of 32.46, $32.46 on every $1,000 of assessed value, the maximum allowed in municipalities under the state, was also supposed to drop. Because that figure, under law, cannot be higher for what they charge as a real estate tax. But now, that might not happen, kids. But according to language approved in Hartford, quote, here's the stickler for the city of Bridgeport. Bridgeport may establish a mill rate for motor vehicles that is equal to or greater than the mill rate for real property, provided such mill rate shall not exceed 32.46 mils. In other words, explained here in Hearst, the city can now opt not to reduce car taxes at all, or at least not trim them as much as they could. Either way, it equals a few more $1 million in revenue. So what happens? If you're the mayor, if you're the city council, how do you handle this? Man, school funding is and again, Bridgeport, look, there are differences between Bridgeport and other towns and cities in Fairfield County and New Haven County and Hartford County, but it all comes down to the same thing. It always comes down to a little patch here, a little putty there, a little Flex Seal, spray that Flex Seal, patch and put the putty in the hole there, spray the Flex Seal. And, man, I wouldn't want to be on a city or town council or a budget committee or a board of ed committee here when you know going in to every new academic year. Think about this. It happens everywhere, unless you're really, really in a rich town. It happens everywhere. And, boy, those people who have to put those budgets together when they know, again, and what do I say? What do I say? We never really, with any gusto or oomph, take a look at the real problems here, and it is the cost, because we guarantee these raises, we guarantee more is going to be spent, and it goes up and up. And listen, I understand, love me some teachers, love the paraprofessionals, love the special ed people, but this is unsustainable. So if you look at this, it's going to be interesting in retrospect to see what that special commission is going to come up with. And what that special commission is going to say. We had Tina Corpus on, State Rep Stanford Greenwich. She's going to be on that commission. And everybody's hoping, well, we'll put our time in this, but what can happen? And yet, state employees, local and state budgets, all these budgets walk into every year, where you have to give out raises. There's binding arbitration in Connecticut. State workers cannot strike. Municipal workers cannot strike. So can you imagine being on a board of alders, city or town council, RTM, and then talking to the people on the education committee, the board of ed, saying, well, right off the hopper, we have to find 3 or 4% more. I mean, it is just yikes. And where does it end? See, that's the fascinating thing when I look at stuff like this. Where does this end? Or will it never? And will that keep driving up taxes, locking people into their homes with an inability to maybe get out? It is tough stuff. All right, let's put a capper on and one more thing to get to here. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, well over an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is at least slightly easier. New Haven, 91 south, over 20 minutes from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. It's all congestion delays. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, you're bunched up nicely through Hampton down to the tunnel. 84 eastbound. More volume delays through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the shower is ending after midnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high in the mid-60s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Hi, I'm Lori Molnar, Director of Development at the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. I'd like to invite you to our Inspiring Hope Luncheon on May 7th from 12 to 2 p.m. at the Patterson Club in Fairfield. Join us to support the mission's vital work, providing housing, hunger relief, health care, and recovery services to those in need. Our keynote speaker, NBA legend Chris Herron, will share his powerful story of resilience, recovery, and transformation. Together we can make a difference. Reserve your seat or sponsor a table today at bridgeportrescuemission.org.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Yeah, just one trailing thought. Thank you so much, Mr. Announcer. Boy, that guy sounds as good at the end of the show after 4 hours as he did at the beginning of the show. And he talks about all these other shows. Anybody who thought that in any way, shape, or form, President Trump's sway and influence within the Republican Party was waning, forget it. Did you see the results from some key primaries yesterday and last night? Pretty much all the people he endorsed won, and some of them won in states where there were other Republicans running against them saying, hey, this MAGA thing's got to end or whatever, and I'm not into this redistricting thing. Well, guess what? Those people pretty much lost. So, yeah, listen, as I've said, even when Mr. Trump leaves, I still maintain he's going to walk away sometime next year. I think there will be just a feeling. I'm not wishing for this or anything. No, I don't wish anybody ill health. I just have a feeling something's going to start to catch up to him. But when he's gone, even in body or spirit, he'll still be here. Now, the same thing again, the same thing is happening to the Democrats. You folks who are avowed progressives or Democrats, God bless you, good two-party system. What's your party going to turn into after 26 heading into 2028? Are you going to find some common ground? Do you gravitate toward guys like, Rahm Emanuel or Cory Booker or Josh Shapiro or Andy Bashir, or are you going uber lefty on this? I mean, some of these candidates, this guy in Maine, folks, you got to read about this. This guy in Maine with a Nazi tattoo and the stuff he said about women, and again, I think he's going to win. Grab the popcorn. The popcorn, the peanuts, the pork rinds, whatever the beef jerky, couple of adult beverages. Man, oh man, that is going to be some fun watching up there in the great state of Maine. All right, folks, thanks. It has been a hoot today. It's a hoot-a-thon every Monday through Friday from 2 to 6. News coming up next. Chris Williams, as always, thank you.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. President Trump is sounding positive about a possible end to the war with Iran. CBS's Linda Kenyon reports.
The president says it's very possible there will be a deal very soon.
We've had very good talks over the last 24 hours.
But any deal, he says, must include this.
Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't. And they've agreed to that.
Earlier on social media, the president posted, if they don't agree, the bombing starts. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has been questioned by members of the House Oversight Committee about his relationship with late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California has accused Lutnick of changing his story as new facts have emerged. Republican Committee Chairman James Comer says Secretary Lutnick was very transparent, but
if we find that there were any misstatements by Lutnick, it's a felony to lie to Congress, and he'll be held accountable.
A Dutch cruise ship at the center of a deadly hantavirus outbreak is bound for the Canary Islands. 3 people on board have died, and at least 8 people are possibly infected. CBS's Bradley Blackburn with more.
Cell phone video from inside the MV Hondias shows the moment the cruise ship captain informed guests that a Dutch national had died on board.
It happens at sea sometimes. Very sad, very tragic.
The passenger who shot the announcement April 12th says guests were initially told the 70-year-old died of natural causes. The man's 69-year-old wife died about 2 weeks later in South Africa after getting off the ship.
In Colorado, a late-season spring storm has dumped over 2 feet of snow in the Estes Park area, and in Boulder, around 11 inches. Boulder is where John Elliott has spent part of his day removing the heavy snow from his trees to prevent them from breaking.
Now, I'm worried a little bit later and see how much power goes out, how many branches fall onto the power lines or the internet or anything else.
Meantime, millions across the Midwest and South are bracing for some severe weather. There's a threat of bad weather from the Big Bend area of Texas to the mountains of Georgia. The threat of heavy rain has prompted flood watches across multiple states through tomorrow. Starting next year, Georgia high school students will no longer be able to use their cell phones in schools. CBS's Christopher Cruz reports.
Georgia Governor Brian Kemp signed a bill into law that bars high school students from accessing any personal electronic devices from the start of the school day until dismissal. The law applies to cell phones, tablets, smartwatches, and headphones. The bill Kemp signed passed both chambers of the state legislature with overwhelming support earlier this year.
Joel Embiid is ruled out with ankle and hip injuries for the 76ers in Game 2 of their playoff series against the Knicks. This is CBS News.
What is going on?
What's going on here?
How is this possible? Great storytelling starts here.
Oh, come on.
Why? It's time for 60 Minutes.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call
800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Here's another great moment from Melissa in the Morning on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Another session not investing in our state tourism and hospitality industry. We spoke with Scott Dolch, who's the president and CEO of the Connecticut Restaurant and Hospitality Association, about a lack of investment for this industry and what that means in the long run for restaurants, hotels, and tourism attractions in the state of Connecticut.
Well, so first and foremost, thanks for always having me on. And I think the frustration is real for me, running the Restaurant and Hospitality Association and now bringing on hotels. A couple months ago, I think, to talk to legislators in the building about the lack of funding that we've had. And we've seen that budget cut from $12 million during even in 2021 all the way down to $4.5 million. How that compares with our neighboring states. Rhode Island spending close to $16 million, Maine is spending $23 million, and how important marketing our state and promoting our state to people, obviously, to come in from regionally and nationally, internationally, means so much to our restaurants, means so much to our hotels. And it's disappointing. Obviously, the conversation with the governor and many others, the plan we had this year was to use the 1% meals tax. As most of your listeners know, when you go out to eat, instead of 6.35%, it's 7.35%. It's a tax that's been there since 2019. That's generated over $550 million to the general fund. None of those dollars have gone back to help our industry, even though we're generating it. And that was an easy way to take those dollars and give it back to tourism, but also give it back to the towns and helping our municipalities. And obviously, it made a lot of traction this year. But like anything, it did not get across the finish line in this budget. And it's really where my disappointment and frustration is as I talk to the governor and I talk to others, that